l'arrivée de mon petit gars qui me l'a inspiré. J'ai pas vraiment le temps de jouer à la poupée. Alors mon enfant ne m'en veut pas. Je rattraperai ce temps-là, je te promets. Mais en attendant, ouvre le tiroir du bas. Tu y trouveras au fond bien caché quelques-uns de mes vieux soldats. Mais attention, tu n'as pas le droit de les casser. Ces soldats veillent sur toi. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui ne tire pas de peur de blesser. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui rit aux éclats devant toute une armée. J'ai pas vraiment le temps de corriger tes cahiers, mais mon enfant, ne t'en fais pas. Si ce n'est pas parfait, je serai là pour gommer. Mais en attendant, lis cette histoire-là. Tu découvriras la vie du petit poussé qui a peur de se perdre dans ses pas. Mais pour toi, pas la peine de semer. Je l'ai déjà fait, c'est comme ça. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui ne tire pas de peur de blesser. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui rit aux éclats devant toute une armée. Pour demain je souhaiterais qu'une chose, que tu laisses tomber les soldats. Finalement pas grand chose, que tu restes un bon petit gars. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui ne tire pas de peur de blesser. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui rit aux éclats devant toute une armée. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui ne tire pas de peur de blesser. Et je te vois comme un grand guerrier qui rit aux éclats devant toute une armée. Oh, et je te vois, mon pote, mon petit gars, mon enfant.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing in.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights.
He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson Gay right hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
For the best of sports analysis on radio, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. MK say so. Peace. I say, now they are so. Hey. For the best of sports analysis on radio, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. MK say so. Peace.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name, calling all night. I can pull the wool while I'm being polite. Darling, calling all night. I can be a fool while I'm being polite. Like, oh me, oh my. I know many women wanna be in my life. Like, oh me, oh my. Why can every woman end up being my wife? Even if she go away, even if she go away, even if she go away, even if she go away. I'm a classic man. You can be mean when you look this clean. I'm a classic man. Calling on me like a young OG. I'm a classic man. Your knees get met by the street. Elegant, old fashioned man. Yeah, baby, I'm a classic man. I burn through the hood like war. When everybody feeling so cold, I cool like that King Cole. And get a bit of my glow. I got charm like a leprechaun. Now y'all with the rum. I'm a cheap beat like a dumb. And we don't live by the law. Even if she go away, 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 I'm a classic man. You can be mean when you look this clean. I'm a classic man. Calling on me like a young OG. I'm a classic man. Your knees get met by the street. Elegant, old fashioned man. Yeah, baby, I'm a classic man. I burn through the gate.
It's another day of talking sports here on 95.1 Today FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. All sporting matters making the rounds will be discussed on the show, not just football, on the Sunday edition of the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, reaching you from this particular frequency. UFC, basketball, Formula One, tennis, and of course the climax of it all. For the first part of the show, we'll be discussing football. Last night spelled joy, some moments of joy for Nigerians, but on the other side of it, the early hours of today spelled some moments of regret and maybe cause for concern and mourning for many Nigerians, especially those who are followers and lovers of combat sports at this point in time, talking about mixed martial arts. My name is Reliance Udonyan. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman driving proceedings on the show this afternoon, alongside the company of two fine ladies making the show on the analysis side of the divide this afternoon. I'm going to start off the introduction with Blessing Andrew. I don't know which side of Nigeria you are on, the one that celebrated last night or the one that will be mourning from what happened in the early hours of today, Blessing.
Good afternoon, Reliance. Good afternoon to my colleague here in the studio. Good afternoon to our listeners out there. J'espère que vous allez bien. I hope that you're fine. Reliance, me, I'm just indifferent. I don't know. I'm not feeling sad. I'm not feeling happy. I just did.
You're just here to do your job.
Exactly.
Okay. Queen Chiki says Sport Radio Goddess joins us. Good afternoon to you, Queen.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Reliance. Good afternoon to Blessing. Good afternoon to all of you listening to us. It's a sad day for me, Reliance. Or at all front, we do not have any bragging right. I remember when we had Nigerians holding every single belt where you talk about boxing and kickboxing. We had Israel Adesanya, but I must say I salute the young man. This is the 7th time he went in to defend that title, and he lost it to a long-time rival. So I think at some point we had Israel Adesanya, we had Kamaru Usman is still also in Nigeria. Yeah, Kamaru Usman, and then we had Anthony Joshua also. But right now, our last hope, Israel Adesanya, he's lost it, and we've lost it totally. We have to start from beginning to start, wanting to get back our belts. You see, I'm saying our belt as if it's Nigerians that are organizing it, but they have been dominant, and I must say it was good to see. It's a pity he had to lose. I won't even say it was a clear lose. We just said that something aided that losing.
We'll talk about that in a bit as we get into the show proper. We appreciate you for tuning in at this point in time to listen to the marathon edition of Today Sports Live, and the phone lines are up there for your own reaction as part of the show. But in the meantime, the SMS on WhatsApp portal is the handle to drop your reaction. So many Nigerians may have been aware, or so many listeners, because we have international listeners as well, may have been aware of what happened in the early hours of today in mixed martial arts, UFC precisely. But 0701 933 9962 is our SMS and WhatsApp handle. That is 0701 933 9962. As for the phone lines, we will do them much later. But just to let you know, Nigeria now have a representative for the upcoming Basketball Africa League.
And everybody getting weed, oh. Love life, living like gold. And then they wanna get in my glow. I got mad love for my cool up. I'm the man who you up. Shine bright like a jewel, mama. Even on the fire, I'm cool, mama. Even when she go away, even when she go away, even when she go away, even when she go away. I'm a classic man. You can be mean when you look this clean. I'm a classic man. Calling on me like a young OG. I'm a classic man. Your knees get made by the street, elegant, old-fashioned man. Yeah, baby, I'm a classic man. Keep my gloves dirty, but my hands clean. Gotta keep the business in the family. Red when I'm filling up the pantry. Now my slang cane like a dandy.
So the point to start the show from is basketball. It was jubilation galore yesterday as Kwara Falcons surprised bookmakers to emerge the winner of the Nigeria Basketball Federation Final 8 that took place in Lagos. The Kwara-based club emerged as winner of the competition, beating Nigeria Customs 78 to 53 points. To reach the final, Kwara Falcons defeated Benue Brave 85-59, while Nigeria Customs thrashed Rivers Hoopers 64 to 59 points. Apart from winning the NBBF Final 8 tournament, Kwara Falcons has also qualified to represent the country, Nigeria, in upcoming Basketball Africa League. Nigeria, alongside Senegal, Angola, Tunisia, Egypt, and host Rwanda, are the other countries with the automatic spots for the 2023 Basketball Africa League competition at the BK Arena in Kigali. That is Senegal. Elite 16, which will serve as the qualifiers for the countries, will commence on November 15 to 20 and 22nd to 27 in Abidjan and Johannesburg. For Nigeria, for Senegal, for Angola, for Tunisia, for Egypt, and host Rwanda, these countries have automatic spots. Here, the tournament takes place in Kigali, Rwanda, not Senegal, as earlier mentioned. The first edition of it saw Rivers Hoopers represent the country, and it wasn't an entirely fantastic outing for the Hoopers of Rivers States. And the second edition, Nigeria could not present Rivers Hoopers again, who emerged winners of the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport Development Super 8 due to internal squabbles in the administration of sport in the country. Recall that the federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport Development, banned internal basketball in the country, restraining Nigeria from participating at any international event at that point. But the ban was earlier lifted, but it was already late, as Nigeria could not feature at the second edition of the Basketball Africa League. But hopefully nothing happens again this time around. It's not going to be Rivers Hoopers, because they couldn't even make it past the semi-finals. But Kwara Falcons will be the team to represent Nigeria at the upcoming Basketball Africa League for the continent Africa in Kigali, Rwanda next year.
Calling on me like a young OG, I'm a classic man. Your knees get made by the street, elegant, old-fashioned man. Yeah, baby, I'm a classic man.
All right, Queen, Kwara Falcons to represent Nigeria. Well, yeah, that's an extra incentive, of course. But let's talk about the Super 8 in the first place. Is it any kind of supremacy for you that Kwara Falcons are the winners of this one? Some bookmakers expected that Rivers Hoopers would do the business once again, but in the end, it was Kwara Falcons.
Well, Reliance, I am not entirely surprised, and it's not a sign of supremacy whatsoever. I knew that this Super 8 was open for anybody or any of the teams to take it. The reason is this: there have been no competitive games. When you talk about Nigerian basketball, we've had no competitive games for a very long time now. It's been probably just some mini tournaments here and there, some exhibitions here and there, but no competitive tournament have been held. So teams, especially teams like Rivers Hoopers, all of them were coming out from a rusty, they have been a match rusty. They've been there, should I even say resting or just doing one or two things out there, but it has not been of any huge competition. So I knew that it was going to be difficult. When they started that game, they started off I think they started off not so good, but they found a way to get the results. But when it mattered most, they were not able to, and it's quite understandable. Like I said, whenever there is a competition, like maybe an opportunity to represent a country, that's when you begin to see that teams begin to become more serious. Teams that ordinarily wouldn't want to sign players will begin to sign players because they have something they are fighting for. Now they are going to be playing at BAL. So that alone is enough to motivate any player to put in their best. So that was what we saw. We saw a new level to the competition entirely when you talk about basketball. So I feel like, yeah, Rivers Hoopers were not able to make it down there, but let's see how it goes. They were there at the, and I think even aside from the fact that they didn't make it this time, they seem to be like the best basketball club side in the country.
Are they?
They should be. I mean, the previous editions, they've always been the winners. They've always been there at the top. So let's see how it goes. They went to that first edition. Port Harcourt people know how to set records. They went to that first edition. I think they made it out of the group stage. Okay, they didn't make it out of the group stage. Yeah. So let's hope that Kwara Falcons be able to surpass what was achieved. But I think it's going to be difficult. Like I said, we do not have any competitive games. There is no tournament ongoing, no local league, basketball league ongoing. So where do they consolidate on? You see that the people they are going to be facing out there, they are already in the heat of competition. So that match fitness, everything will be an added advantage. So that's where my own issue is or lies with our African, not just basketball, even every football tournament that every sporting tournament that we go into, we are always falling short. It's either we are not at the local scene, we are not active. Like this Super 6, I think it's just
Super 8.
Super 8 now. They just brought, I think, some of the elite teams in Nigeria, and then they competed for this one. There is no tournament to this one. It's supposed to be a league. You play a league, even if you want to do a playoff. All of that.
There is no league in the country. There's no running league for basketball in the country at the moment. But the Super 8 was not just mere selection. There are criteria to make the Super 8 before you could be part of the team to play, not just a mere selection of teams to get there. Blessing. Now, the thing about this is basketball has developed over the years in Nigeria. Senegal hosted, I think, the last edition of the what is it called? The Afro Basket for women, and the Tigers won it. That was a record, a three-peat, second country to do so in Africa to win a three-peat back to back. I think the holders of that record should be, is it Mali or Senegal? Can't recall exactly at the moment, but there's been that rise in basketball performances for Nigeria at the national level. The Tigers themselves have had that rise, albeit what has happened in recent times could be attributed to administrative instability. But this is a general question. It seems like Nigeria found a way to do well, probably in most of these sports that have clubs at the national front, but at club level, there's a struggle. Now, when I talked about one aspect where Nigeria had moments of celebration or joy in their heart, that will be for Bayelsa Queens, because they made it to the podium. They finished third.
Yeah.
All right. Then the other aspect is what happened in the early hours of today, which we're going to talk about in a bit. But so at the club level, they find a way to struggle. I don't know if you can pinpoint why that is. At the national front, you could see this rise and this development, and they're doing well. The Tigers doing well. The Tigers doing well. Sometimes Super Eagles could even do well, but when it comes to club level, we have found one thing. Angels didn't cover themselves well, even though we could understand some situations that happened in the first edition of the CAF Men's Champions League. This Bayelsa Queens there finished on the podium. Ruhupas couldn't make it out of the group in the first edition of the Basketball Africa League. And now we have Kwara Falcons that represent Nigeria. The question from me to you is, after the whole Shalaye we are done, the question from me to you is, can you pinpoint why this is the problem?
Reliance, the whole problem is with the foundation. When the foundation is faulty, the building cannot be strong. You want to look at our sports generally back at home. Yes, we can say there is the talent, but how well are we using this talent? How well are we developing this talent? Most of our athletes, most of our sports people, they need to travel out. They need to go to clubs abroad. Like in the area of football, they need to go to clubs abroad before they can shine. Look at Toby Amuso. She had to go for a scholarship in the US. Esebrume, the same thing. It is the foundation back home. So if we can do better in our sport, there are talents everywhere. If we can do better in our sports at home, then what we're going to produce outside is going to be top notch. And as for the Kwara Falcons, they really tried. The custom side tried to close the border, but based off on say they be custom people, they try to close the border, but the Kwara Falcons are able to use air and surpass it. That is my own definition of revenge, because they lost to this side during the group stage. Now they met at the final and they won. And the shocking thing is that both sides are debutants. It's their first time, and they were able to beat other tougher teams and got to the final. So Reliance Sports is changing. Like the MVP from the Kwara Falcons is a college student. Most of the players are college students, and I think Dada Samuel also. This is his first time playing in the MBBF, and he did well. So that's why I'm saying that there are talents. Go to colleges, go to schools, you will see talents, but how can these talents be developed? And it's not just a case of, okay, they've done well, they've won the Super 8. When they go outside, the government should be able to support them. They should also do more training, because going outside in the African League is not going to be the same set of people, because you're going outside to face more experienced sides that have been exposed. So what will you do to prepare? you need to do more training, rigorous training, and improve your intensity, because if you go outside with just this same normal air and we win for year now, we go fit do am for outside. If you go outside with that same mentality, when you get there you will be flogged. You won't even go past the group stages. So what the sports ministry need to work on it, they need to support this side and see how they can improve this side, so when they go outside they will bring victory to us.
All right, Henry Ogugwa is here. Henry, it's a high level of intensity of basketball, even in the Basketball Africa League. Yeah, yet to be called. You can't place them side by side with the NBA. Quite understandable, but this is a foundation to it. When this one was launched way back, I think 2 years ago, was more like an NBA partnership with the Confederation of Basketball regulatory body in Africa to put this one together. Kwara Falcons will be making a debut at the third edition of it that's slated for next year. US Monastir, which
Zamalek won the first edition.
Zamalek won the first edition. I think they defeated US Monastir.
US
Monastir defeated Zamalek, I think, at the semis.
Yeah.
And then their teams basically their teams that are big and very much scary once you get to the BAL. Can Kwara Falcons stand?
First off, you can't compare the BAL with the EuroLeague. So I mean, going for the NBA, maybe compare with the one we compare with first time. Kwara Falcons, I'm not expecting anything from them. No. I'll be blunt and straightforward. Nothing expected from Kwara Falcons at all, because I mean, this is their first time going to this competition. We knew how rigorous and how difficult it was for reverse hoopers, and preparation itself might not be at the best or be in the best place for this side. And we all know how important preparation tends to be or can be for sides going for this competition. But you also want to look at the quality in which you're going to play. US Monastir, Zamalek, the Moroccan side, the team skipping my head now. You have Petro Luanda of Angola, who are very good also in this competition. So I mean, it's very difficult. You still have the Senegalese to play also, because it's zonal first before you make it to the next stage. So let's start from the zonal aspect of things. You're still going to play the teams from Senegal, from Ivory Coast, from Mali, and all these sides are very good. Kwara Falcons hold their own.
I think Nigeria has automatic spots.
Yeah,
Nigeria has automatic qualification. The
qualification is based on ranking, right? Official ranking. But I mean, when you get to that latter stage, it's very difficult to begin or you want to believe that. It's very difficult to understand or to see how these are teams, or how Kwara Falcons can actually make headway in the BAL, because I mean, when you get there, it's a different story, it's a different ball game altogether. The intensity is way higher. You're talking about players that are in much more competitive mood than you are, that are playing at a better level than you are in their local leagues or systems. So I mean, it's very different, totally different, frankly speaking, Reliance. And you want to say a greenhorn, a newbie going to such a competition, is probably only one outcome you seek happening, and that's them getting beaten. We saw Rivers Hoopers did struggle in their first BAL, and it was evident. They lost to the Rwandan side. They lost scandalously to US Monastir themselves before they were able to rally around and get themselves in the third game. But I mean, that just still wasn't good enough. So I mean, preparations will play a major role, no doubt, but like I said, let's reduce our expectations and just keep our fingers crossed. If Kwara Falcons do it, then all fine and good. If they don't, then let's just dust our saddle or our feet, then keep on watching the ball and enjoying ourselves. Little expectations, kill your expectations as much as possible, and just take what happens and take it as it comes.
All right, in the coming days, we're going to have at least some of the stakeholders, the primary stakeholders and direct stakeholders in basketball, talk to us about the NBBA preparations ahead of league season, and of course, Kwara Falcons emerging champions, and how they are going to line up in the Basketball Africa League. But if you were active, not sleeping, this took place in the early hours of today.
The undisputed middleweight champion
the last time in the third round, he did it again. Every time he hit Adesanya was uncomfortable.
He did it again. He did it and he did it again. No, that's not the person you're thinking did it. That's not Israel Adesanya. Rather, it was Alex Pereira who did it again against Israel Adesanya for the third time of asking. Alex Pereira is the only person to knock out Israel Adesanya, and he's done it twice. Pereira scored a comeback from behind victory against Adesanya at UFC 281 in the early hours of today, call it Saturday night, to become the new UFC middleweight champion inside Madison Square Garden. The fight will be a bitter pill for Adesanya to swallow. Similar to their two kickboxing fight, Adesanya was winning the contest until he wasn't. Adesanya nearly added to UFC 281 7 first round stoppages with a 1-2 that had Pereira in all sort of trouble. Adesanya's devastating shots came in the final second of round 1, but he did not have the time necessary to capitalize. Pereira's corner was panicked in their effort to get their fighter's head straight.
Everybody getting weed, oh. Love life, living like gold. And then they wanna get in my glow. I got mad.
Pereira bounced back well in round 2. It was a competitive, if unspectacular, round that likely went into the challenger's favor. Adesanya scored the first takedown of his 14-fight UFC career in round 3 and decisively controlled Pereira for the remainder of the round. Adesanya fatigued Pereira with pressure, ground and pound, and a pretty axe kick at the end of round 3. Pereira was noticeably leveled in round 4 and his output was severely limited. Adesanya was defensively sound, picking away at his opponent in a round that was clearly his. Pereira's corner implored him to find the finish in round 5, aware that Adesanya likely had a 3-1 lead on the judges' scorecards. The UFC broadcast confirmed post-fight that Adesanya was up on 3 judges' scorecard heading into the final frame. Pereira was told this at the end of round 4, at the time that Israel Adesanya was leading 3-1 on all judges' scorecard from Pereira's corner.
For you to, it's one round for you to be a world champion. 5 minutes. Enough. You need to get to him. You need to approach him. Okay? You need to knock him out. Listen, you need to knock him out. Listen, always with a stance with a high guard. Listen, he's feeling when you're hitting him. Listen, you only have one round. Active with your defense and combos, 2-3 strikes. You have to. You just 1-2. All right, breathe right now. You're going to be a world champion right now. This round is yours. Go for it.
And the end, the round was his as Pereira answered the call, blitzed Adesanya and rocking with heavy shots against the fence. Adesanya desperately bobbed and weaved, but 8 uppercuts and other big shots until the referee intervened and called it the end of the fight, meaning Adesanya was technically knocked out by Alex Pereira. For the third time of asking, Alex Pereira has defeated Israel Adesanya and make sure that Adesanya takes a knockout for the first time from anyone in his combat sports career.
On me, on my. Why can every woman end up being my wife? Even if she go away, 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 I'm a classic man.
Is Israel Adesanya still a classic man? That's a question left to be answered. Blessing Andrew.
Relax.
Did you see this one coming in the first place?
I don't know. I was just indifferent about it. Like, I was in the middle.
In between.
You get, Israel can win, Pereira can win. It's just a two-way thing. And the knock, Reliance, I was surprised because you cannot be leading and towards the end you just lose. Just like the same thing with Kamaru Usman. Kamaru Usman had less than 15 seconds to win and he was knocked out. The same thing. And the first round, Israel Adesanya was on top of that first round. It was as if he was going to end that match in that first round. But Pereira kept coming back. In the fourth round, towards the end of the fourth round, that was when Pereira was bouncing back. And even in his corner, they were just there cheering him up, you can do this, you can do this, then he carried that same momentum into the 5th round. I am still wondering what Israel Adesanya was doing by the cage. Why did you rest your back there? You can't, Queen. No, you can't rest against such a tough fighter. What he would have done was what we normally know him for. Just keep turning around because he was already leading. Just keep turning and waste time and just end that fight like that. But he was there, and for every time he found his back at the wall side, the cage, he suffered for it because the punches of Pereira, you can't compare it with the punches of Israel. It's not the same thing, and I am surprised, but I'm not sad that Israel lost this one. But I was expecting him to come out victorious because when the match started, he was on top of it, and you can't lose 3-0 to just one man. I don't know what that is going to do for his mental health, but Israel Adesanya could have won that match. He could have done better.
Okay, in the end, could be said that he didn't do better. Obviously, Queen, Israel dominated that fight. Yeah. Round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4. But round 5, as his corner told him, Pereira had the round and he had to win. And then that technical knockout came in. At that point, you think there's anything Adesanya could have done to avert whatever was coming his way from Pereira?
Well, I think the only thing that he did was not finishing that fight before that 5th round. But apart from that, there was nothing else Idris would have done, especially in that situation. Guy slept. Guy was basically having fun. We know how Israel Adesanya loves to have his fight with his opponent, and especially one that have been a rival. Guy slept. He had to gain his balance, and unfortunately, it was against a guy like Pereira, and he did make massive use of that opportunity. He was leading. He dominated that fight like from the first round. So that was just an opportunity presenting itself to Pereira, and if he had not made use of that opportunity, I mean, he would have been tagged the worst UFC fighter ever, because you don't see such an opportunity and you don't capitalize on it. So I basically feel like there was nothing Israel would have done, probably because I saw a documentary he did, and he talked about how it was going to be horror, how he wants to punch him to the point, and I just feel like, okay, man, how will I put it now? Man proposes and nature disposes. You plan one thing and something else is playing out. So that's what basically turned out against a man that have defended his title 6 times successfully. I mean, he's not mean feat, and this can just be an offset. Yeah, this can be tagged as an offset because it could be argued that if not for the sleep, that Israel would have ended up winning that bout at the end of the day. So I will not say that he was beaten, so to say. It's just that an opportunity came for Pereira and he capitalized on it, and that was just it. Let's see how it goes. There is definitely going to be a refight, right? So let's see how it goes in that refight. But for now, I think Israel Adesanya was just handicapped at the moment.
Handicapped at the moment, you think, or this is a case of Pereira just knows how to beat Israel Adesanya and he dominated that fight, Henry?
Look, you want to say you could just say it's luck on Pereira's side, and also want to say it's good luck for Pereira and bad luck for Israel, because I mean Israel was in control of that fight for a very long time and for a good time. Yes, Pereira did have some of his moments. They tried to do some of his things, but I mean he was aggressive. He showed that aggressiveness, that aggression from the onset when he that Pereira, and when he came down to the knockout, he had a bit of luck and he actually capitalized on it and pounced on it. But you still have to say, if he wasn't aggressive enough, nothing would have come out of it. I mean, you still have to give the man kudos and credit. Look, when you're used to beating someone or you beat somebody before, psychologically it gives you that edge or that boost, and that's what Pereira played on. And kudos to the man. for what he did. I think definitely there will be a rematch. We'll have another bout, and we'll see what happens after that. But I think for Pereira, psychologically, he has the edge, and he had the edge going into that bout, and he just let it play out. I mean, when his corner was telling him go for the knockout, I mean, probably any other fighter would have been deflated by then, already losing on the judges' scorecard and all that stuff, and knowing how the bout was already going. But I mean, the man kept on punching, kept on going at it, and was aggressive enough, and was able to get what he wanted. Some people say, yeah, maybe because of the aggression, he was able that Israel also did sleep because of that. But I mean, you just have to say that luck definitely was on his side, and the man made his luck for himself.
Okay. There is an argument that it was an awful stoppage by the referee. At that final round, the referee should have allowed Israel a little bit more seconds, because you could see that there were attempts of dodging the punches. Yep, Pereira landed some good uppercuts and some good punches, but there were attempts at some landings or dodgings from Israel Adesanya for whatever Pereira was coming with. So some persons say that it was a rather too early stoppage by the referee. Allowed the man some seconds, probably would have gotten himself out of that corner and maybe make an attempt to regain himself. Henry, do you subscribe to that idea?
Frankly speaking, yeah, you won't say maybe the referee faulty stoppage and all that allowed the man to get himself together and all that stuff. But I mean, you're in a bout, you're fighting, you have to always be alert, you have to be very much aware of your surroundings and all that stuff. You might want to fault to the referee for the stoppage or for the stoppage call and all that stuff. But like I said, Israel should have been very much aware and very much alert. The fight wasn't over. You were still in the ring. There was still a bout to be won. And like I said, Pereira's aggressiveness and intent showed seriously, and I mean, the man was alert and kept on going and kept on plugging. Even when that short stoppage, you could still see that the man was on fire and was still raring to go, irrespective of what the outcome of the match was looking like or the bout was looking like. So I mean, Israel only has itself to blame for being relaxed or not being cautious or alert, aware enough. You can't necessarily blame the referee or want to fault the referee for the stoppage call, actually.
Blessing.
The referee made the right call, because you can see that Israel was trying to defend, but he was just throwing punches into the air. If the referee had not stopped it at that time, maybe what would have happened to Israel would have been worse, because he needs his chin intact to no, he needs his chin intact for the rematch, because you can't, if the referee did not stop, Pereira would have kept going, and the force of his blows, his jabs, he could have even used his leg, and the damage would have been worse. So I think the referee did a good thing. I think the whole fault is Israel's fault, because he had that match in his hand. He had everything in his hand, and I think he got too comfortable, and he forgot that this person that he's fighting is not just a regular person. This is someone that has beat him twice. This is someone that knows him very well, and this is someone that doesn't get tired. Initially, it was like Pereira was getting tired, but he came back again, like the adrenaline just pumped, and he knew what he was there for. So the whole fault is Israel's fault. He could have ended this match earlier on, and the referee did a very good job, because if that match had continued, Israel would have suffered more damage, than even in his next matches, it would have affected him more.
Well, I don't agree to that. I don't subscribe to that. Now, this is UFC. This is not like normal boxing where there are certain rules. What's his name? Pereira might have been giving the jab and throwing the punches, but Israel would have still made use of his leg. I've seen a fight where you were throwing the punch and someone uses his leg to strangle you out of the octagon and win you at the end of the day. So I felt like the referee was too quick. I mean, Israel Adesanya is not just a regular fighter that you will say you want to pity him. He's seen a lot. He's fought one of the biggest. He's been there, defending a title for 6 times. It's not mean feat. So he needed to give him. He slipped. Guy slipped, and he will capitalize on it to punch him. Allow him. He's got other part of his body to use for the fight. I mean, it's UFC. Your leg, you can use your leg. You can use any part of your body. So what if he had maybe, okay, you're throwing me a punch and you use my leg around your neck and try to, will you even breathe well, let alone punching, giving me punches? But I feel like it is what it is on the night. That was how it turned out. It turned out to be, I feel like the referee self was even being human. Like, you know, when a part of you is telling you, this man fiki, this man for here, man, no be the one to referee this fight, where person will end up dying, you know. So I feel that was just it was just a quick response to maybe the situation on ground, but I feel like it was too quick. Could have just allowed them maybe a little more time. Maybe the guy would have responded. Like we saw, he was trying to dodge the punches. At that time, it wasn't like it was a total blackout for the man. He wasn't limp. He wasn't like not making any move.
Queen, the 5 seconds before that match was ended, his hands were down. His face was down. Like, it was like the guy could not even see anymore. So I think it was a very good call for by the ref. Although he's a champion, one can argue that the referee could have cut him some slacks and see how he can bounce back. But I mean, this man's hands were down. His face was down. It was like he didn't even know what was happening. If the referee had allowed that to continue, maybe he would be in the hospital by now.
All right, let's talk about what next for Israel Adesanya. The possibility of a rematch is on the card because this is the first time these two are facing out each other in the UFC. The last time out was in kickboxing, and Pereira defeated him in both occasions. But this is UFC and the possibility of a rematch. To think that Israel Adesanya was the man who even called out Alex Pereira after his last title defense is more like crowning the whole thing up, but it is what it is. Kamaru Usman lost earlier on in a similar fashion, dominated the fight, but the knockout came and it was good night, the Nigerian nightmare to a nightmare. And here is the lifestyle bender. Israel Adesanya was bent to his own game on the night, just at when it mattered most, round 5. And then again, it was good night, the lifestyle bender bending in his sleep, in his sleep or in his dream. So I try to look at, okay, let's talk about Israel Adesanya returning. It's not going to be the first time he's losing a fight, although the other one was at I think super what's that division called? He stepped up to the heavyweight division, and then he was defeated. How do you see his comeback, Blessing? Will it be the same again on his return?
Reliance, you know, losing to the same person again, it's like a very hard hurdle because mentally this man will be messed up. He's a man. Let's just say he's a man, and your fellow man, let's even leave aside that he is a fighter. Your fellow man beats you 3 times. Like, he will sit down and think, is it that I am not good enough, or what is the problem? So it's just like this. He's going to have to take a chill pill, relax, go back to his drawing board. First, he needs to even come out of it mentally, because we saw his videos of how he was ranting, how he was already feeling like he would win. So this is a man that has a winning mentality, and he lost. So he will have to go back, relax himself, and come back for the rematch. And the rematch, he has to win the rematch. Otherwise, it's going to be a heavy blow. So definitely Israel Adesanya will come back. He's a fighter. He will come back. And I think he's going to come back stronger, because this will serve as a momentum for him, because he knows that everything now is now on the line. He needs to beat this man. He needs to shut this man up.
Fair enough, Henry Ogugwo. Is this another Anthony Joshua, Alexander Usyk kind of situation about to play out?
Only time will tell, frankly speaking. You can't really say. Israel has been an undisputed champion, hasn't lost in the middleweight, and all of a sudden, boom, he lost. Here's a man he lost to before twice in the past when he came to kickboxing. But I mean, new scenario. The man has defended his belt 6 times. I don't think you want to say is an Anthony Joshua Usyk scenario playing out. I think this is totally different. He will probably have learned his lesson and learned to be that more brutal or finish off early, or just instead play around when you're leading next time. I mean, we talked about Kamaru Usman last time around when he lost, that if it was Israel, Israel would have found a way to dilly-dally and see the game or see the bouts through. But I mean, here was Israel literally trying to do the same thing, and he ended up suffering same fate as Kamaru. But I think he just has to lick his wounds and go back and get himself ready for the rematch, because I don't see the man just capitulating overnight. He's a strong fighter. He has proven it time and time over and over again. So I mean, we just have to wait for scenarios to play out. But I don't see the same Anthony Joshua Usyk scenario playing out here.
So talking about Kamaru Usman, I tried to pitch both fighters side by side, Israel Adesanya and Kamaru Usman, because they lost in a similar fashion. And I'm thinking, who's going to have a better recovery and a better return? So Kamaru Usman has Leon Edwards in the rematch, and Israel Adesanya, Alex Pereira. Who do you see having a much more better return in their rematch?
Well, I think the both of them can have better returns depending on how they take their games or their defeats. I mean, if the way they lost, the two fighters dominated their fight. It's just about, for Israel Adesanya, like I said, I would always make excuse for him. I would still feel like, if not for the sleep. So after the second fight, now that's when I will not say, okay, maybe it's not. Maybe after all, the sleep, they actually didn't do so much to aid Pereira's win. But for Kamaru Usman, personally, I think it's overconfident, and going into that fight, he felt like it was going to be his game. It was going to be his night, and then he lost. So I feel like both of them will have revenge in their mind, but it all boils down to how they go about it. Because I feel like most times, if it is just about revenge and wanting to, pay back, you might just lose it again, because you might miscalculate along the line. But if they are able to soak it in, there is nothing wrong with when you lose, you soak it in, you take it in, then you analyze very well where you lost and why you lost, and then you prepare ardently towards it. I think both of them can have a good fight. I mean, I think the most challenging would still be Israel Adesanya. The reason is because of the long rivalry that has existed between these two, and the fact that this is the third time Pereira is beating him. So he would really need to get down to his arsenal, get the best of his armory when he comes up against Pereira again for the rematch. If not, it's still going to, because like Blessing said, there is something like that is what defeat does to you psychologically. Now, if you win, if you beat somebody, in fact, even when we're in primary, secondary school, when you fight with your classmate or your schoolmate and you beat the person, whenever you see that person, you're looking at that person like, oh, more, I go still beat you. I don't beat you before, I go still beat you again. And the person on the other hand will be fidgeting somewhere like, should I go into this fight? Will I be able to beat this person? This person don't beat me before. That fight. So he has to first of all defeat Pereira psychologically. If he's able to defeat Pereira psychologically and prepare very well, then he's going to. But I feel like he has the most challenge in between the two of them. But for Kamaru Usman, I feel like right now then he was like, he's the best, nothing. I go soon beat person picking. So maybe right now he's calculating like, okay, I really have to be deliberate about this thing. If I'm going to knock this guy out, I should knock him out. If I want to take it the length, then I should walk around it and take it to the length. But I feel like both of them can actually come out of this one better and stronger.
So Henry, who has a more tougher rematch? Kamaru Usman against Leon Edwards or Israel Adesanya against Alex Pereira?
Leon Edwards, no one saw it coming, so you feel that and you won't say the knockout was just like a stroke. It was a stroke of luck for Leon Edwards. You won't say Kamaru probably has that one in the bag if he can just correct the mistakes made from the first bout. But for Israel, it's not just a physical battle, it's a psychological battle. 3 times, 3-0 up against one man. One human, it's a play on your head, definitely. I mean, a lot to be going through his mind currently, and if he cannot put himself in check or in the right place psychologically, it's a much more of an uphill task. Yes, you want to say, yeah, he was doing it in this bout. Yes, he lost the first 2 in kickboxing against him, but when he came down to UFC 281, you are actually going at him, you are doing the business, then all of a sudden you lost. It makes you feel like the universe is against you when it comes to this guy. Can you ever beat him? I think that's the problem with Israel. Looking at about Israel looks the better fighter. Yes, Alex was aggressive or is an aggressive fighter, but Israel is the better fighter. But the problem now is, will it play out in his head? I think that's the problem. So I think Israel has much more of he has a much more difficult is in a much more difficult position than Kamaru when it comes to this bout, knowing that this guy is someone that looks like he's the boogeyman to you. He's your boogie opponent. You just can't find a way to beat him. So I think Israel has a much more tougher proposition or tougher chance of getting his title back. Although you want to say, what's still the chance of Alex winning or Pereira winning again? Israel, if you're looking at, let's say, like bookmakers, or you're trying to put it down to odds, Israel might still have a higher chance of winning. Just that Alex now has his chances of winning has also increased because he has done it already.
All right, we're going to bring it into the conversation. Did you see Alex Pereira knocking out Israel Adesanya? Alex Pereira is now the new middleweight champion in the UFC. No longer Israel Adesanya, the Nigerian New Zealander who fights at the UFC, the last style bender. In 1 year, Super Eagles were knocked out of the World Cup. In 1 year, Anthony Joshua lost his belt to Alexander Usyk. In 1 year, Kamaru Usman lost to Leon Edwards. And in that same year, Israel Adesanya lost his middleweight title defense for the first time in his career to Alex Pereira. That year is the year 2022. The year Nigeria will never forget. But the joy of the year, of course, remains
the 17.
The joy of the year remains
Tobi Amuson.
Oluwatobiloba Amuson. Let's bring it in 0817 0000951 and 0810 951. Those are the four numbers to call if you want to be part of the conversation. The SMS and WhatsApp portal is doubled at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name?
My name is Jerry.
All right, go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, like the Israel Adesanya fight, I knew it was going to end that way, and he was doing good. He was trying to do the arm's length of basketball, like managing the distance. I was doing it right, but Pereira was huge and was covering the space. That was why that ending, I just saw it. I was just like, God. He left hook just finishing. That was what just killed him. And he will have a tougher challenge by coming back again. Why Kamaru will win Edwards is for sure. Then you just hope Israel come back strong, but it will be very hard. Like what your co-presenter said, it is very hard for him mentally to come back and challenge Pereira.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry. Appreciate your thoughts on the show. It's a school of thoughts, the idea that it's going to be difficult for Israel Adesanya to return compared to Kamaru Usman. You can equally send us an SMS or a WhatsApp message via the phone line 0701 933 9962. On Twitter, we are at Today FM 951. Hi there, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sela West.
No, young.
Your name is?
Young.
Young, okay, Young. You want to up your volume a little bit? Go ahead.
Okay. I greet your fellow guys.
Afternoon.
The truth is, Nigeria needs Jesus now. This way they don't beat them everywhere. Everywhere we're just losing anyhow. We need to go back to the drawing board. Our sportsmen.
Nigeria get drawing board.
That be the problem. Whether they don't say the drawing board.
Because when I don't to go back to drawing board,
it also with money not there now, so the settings to recover. So about Israel and Kamaru, I think Kamaru has the better chance because Israel has been beaten 3 times now. Yeah, they shouldn't even go again. If not, they will be totally disgraced. And those kind of defeat can even cause him mental issues. He can be feeling that bad about losing to that guy 4 times. So he should just leave. He cannot beat that guy again. There's no need. that guy will still beat him up.
All right. Mr. Young, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us on the show this afternoon. Keep the reactions coming through via the phone line 0817 0000951. Good afternoon to you.
Reliance.
This is Lawson from Yenogua. Go ahead.
Greetings. Greet the crew.
Good afternoon.
You know, Reliance, I'm still basking in the euphoria of that defeat to Man City. I love that. I am telling you, Reliance. I love that defeat, and I want to build my argument around that defeat to Man City.
Okay.
You see,
let's see the
when
connection.
When it comes to sports, Reliance, a lot of people are always making that mistake. See, competitive sport is not scripted. It's not scripted and cannot go the way you may be thinking. Take a look at that Leon Edwards and Usman match.
Yeah.
Look at. He was already done, completely done. But overconfident, just as Queen said, overconfident. He kept going, and the man just simply set double trap. According to Ghana man, he set double trap for us. He escaped one and entered the other one. You can imagine. So for me, everybody had already given it to Usman. But look at what happened. At the end of the day, he was the one that was on the ground defeated. So when it comes to sports generally, it must yes, on paper you may mention one, but like if they want to go back in the case of Usman, he can beat it again. But now Edward is now a champion. He is holding there's a way that he will go back and train. He will work hard for that rematch. There are a lot of things he's going to do. It won't be the same way. It won't go the same way. So you don't just say it is easy. No game is easy when it comes to sports. It all depends on the kind of mentality you put into that game. The mentality, you see, the last time before this, our club side into the CAF Champions League, when they were in the Champions League, look at it, the last. They went, all of them, they played back here well, they attacked, they scored goals. They all now went back to North Africa, and look at it, all three goalkeepers were yellow carded for what? Time wasting. Because that is the mentality. Let us defend, let us not play ball. So you can't tell, except you go with that mentality that yes, I am not good enough, he can defeat me and all that. But if you go with the mentality of saying yes, I can win, no game is easy. No sport is easy. So both of them have a tough task ahead of them. Israel can win, Usman can win, but people may say, okay, he has a better chances. Usman has better chances because of what happened the last time, because it was already done. But will it go that same way? No two games are the same, Reliance. You know that very well. No two games are the same, so it may not go that way. So the task, I can tell you, is tough. But Israel, that of Israel, well, you can say it has happened again and again, and so somehow, but even that, you can rule it out. So for me, my take here is that both are difficult, and if you go with the wrong mentality, you will still be defeated. It doesn't really matter.
All right.
That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawson, for sharing your thoughts with us from Yenogua. It's a 50-50 chance for both fighters to make a return to being champions again. Leon Edwards defeating Osman Kamaru, and Kamaru have to make a return to be a champion again. Same with Israel Adesanya. The thoughts of Lawson from Yenogua. All right, keep the reactions coming through as we look to further our discussion on the show this afternoon into the speed lanes of Formula One, as it was a sign maybe to a bright start to next season for Mercedes ahead of the later to come this evening Brazil Grand Prix.
Even if she go away, I'm a classic man. You can be mean when you look this clean, I'm a classic man. Calling on me like a young OG, I'm a classic man. Your knees get met by the street.
still on a discussion of Pereira, Israel, Adesanya. Earlier on, it was supposed to be Adesanya Pereira, but now it's now Pereira Adesanya because Pereira is the champion. Henry, if Adesanya gets beaten again the third time, that's more or less done for his career, is it?
Let me behave like a motivational speaker now. It's not the end. You can still do it. When life knocks you down, what do? You stand back up and you go.
Let's hear from this caller. Hi there, good afternoon. Okay, lost the call. Do you want to call back if you can? Henry, continue with your thoughts.
Yeah, so frankly speaking, I want to believe that his past antecedents or what he's done in the past will play a major role for him and not necessarily write him off just because of one opponent. Because I mean, this man has been flushing everybody and pushing everybody aside. So you won't say that it might not be the end, but he just has to start from somewhere again to get to that level or to get to that top. And hopefully by then someone would have done the job for him and kicked and beaten Pereira, and he would end up either, because it looks like Pereira is just his boogeyman when it comes to what he does, frankly speaking.
Pereira is like the number one hitter. How can you defeat a man in a particular sport? The man changed and moved to a different sport. You followed him. And you still beat him there again. And that means if Israel now moves to maybe wrestling or tennis,
you still might beat him. I now know why Israel lost.
Why?
The Drake course?
The Drake course.
Drake course. What happened to Drake?
Drake bet hugely on Israel to win.
But the last one, Drake also placed a bet and he won. So it's not about the Drake course.
This one is different.
Well, I know serious at all. Well, I know serious. One beat. Okay. All right. So I'm still looking at the fight and I'm thinking this does some psychological damage to Israel Adesanya, no doubt about that. Yeah. But has it tainted whatever the man has achieved so far in the UFC, Blessing?
Not at all. I mean, this man is a champion. He has successfully defended this belt 6 times. Like, he did not shy away from any bout. Unlike, let me just end it there. Unlike, like whoever came up to say, I want this belt, he was willing. And he has been winning from one fight to another. I can't remember the last time this man even lost. So it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that he's a fighter. It doesn't change the fact that he's a champion. It's how well he can bounce back. That is where the problem lies. Because if he doesn't defeat Pereira in the rematch, there's no one else again for him to fight, because he has successfully defeated almost everybody in that particular category. So
there was no one else. There was no one else until Pereira showed up.
No one else. So maybe they are going to do a trilogy. That's what
somebody could pop up. Like I said, there was no one at some point until he called out Pereira.
So
and then Pereira came up and
just like Henry said, maybe someone else can come up and defeat Pereira. Then he goes back to fight that person and defeat that person, because it seems like Pereira is
now. So if Pereira can beat Israel Adesanya, who has dominated that division for as long as I can remember, do you think there's anybody that can beat Pereira?
Obviously, Reliance Sports doesn't work that way. For the fact that I beat you does not mean that like it's a different ball game. Now other people might come up, like other people that Israel has defeated before can still defeat Pereira. It's not like as a sportsman you cannot be defeated. Now, you're not Mayweather.
Here's the thing.
Someone is going to defeat you.
Here's the thing. If Alexander Usyk can beat Anthony Joshua twice, doesn't that mean that Anthony Joshua is way better than Usyk is better than Joshua and better than every other opponent Joshua has faced?
It's not true. No, it's not true. You can't say that. You can't just say that. It's not like you don't judge based off on that category, because if you want to talk about sports, like football, a particular team can come up and beat this big team. It doesn't change anything. Like, it's a sport, and
football is a team sport. It could be understood, but you're talking about individual sport.
Reliance, from what we have seen, the MMA is unpredictable. Look at Kamaru Usman losing at the dying minute. It is unpredictable. Anybody can just spring up and just do the magic. So someone can still defeat Pereira, someone that Israel Adesanya has defeated before. You know, Israel won all of his bouts, not just because of the power. He had the style, he had the trick. So someone else, and from
that Israel has beaten,
yes,
come and beat Pereira.
Yes, from the
All right.
bouts I watched yesterday, Pereira does not have all of those skills. He just get power punch for punch. So there are people in that category that also don't have time for skills, punch for punch, and if they go in like that, Pereira might lose.
Okay, Henry, I have two questions for you. First off, Dillian White, Joseph Parker. Who again do I mention? I'm trying to recall them. I'm looking at boxers that are in the elite heavyweight division, right? Although they're even in the elite heavyweight division, we have classes. All right, there is a inferior class and there's the rest class, right? But I'm looking at every other boxers that Joshua has defeated at that heavyweight division, and I'm looking at Alexander Usyk, who has defeated Joshua twice. Doesn't that mean that Joshua or Usyk is better than Joshua and better than every other person that Joshua has faced? Do you see the possibility of, let's say, Joseph Parker or Dillian White, these are the two I can recall that I think they are somewhere there, you know, can come up and beat Alexander Usyk?
No.
Before I'm going to connect it to...
No, frankly speaking, I don't think so. None of them have it in them to actually beat Usyk. The Usyk we saw, or we saw fight Joshua. With what Joshua did to those other two guys, you want to believe or want to say that with the way you've seen them fight over the years, that none of them have what it takes to actually go up against Alexander Usyk and actually win a bout against Usyk.
Okay, so now here's a connection. Pereira has not had much fight in the MMA since coming from kickboxing compared to Adesanya. Now, who is a better fighter now? Who is the best fighter now at the middleweight division for you?
Israel Adesanya.
Why?
He's well proven, tested, tried, tested, and proven. That's Israel Adesanya. And yes, you won't say he did lose to Alex Pereira, but I mean, it's just one bout for Adesanya. I mean, there's a chance at a rematch, so you can't necessarily judge. If there wasn't any rematch for now, you won't say Pereira is the best because he's the champion and he defeated the best. But I mean, Adesanya has been doing it over and over again for the past couple of years, so definitely is Adesanya.
Queen, is this a one-off? This is like a flash in the pan for Alex Pereira.
Yeah, of course, he has to do it consecutively. We've established, I mean, Israel's six successful defense, and you just came in and, like I said, there is still a clause. He slipped. That alone,
someone made him sleep. He didn't stand on his own and sleep. You had to take in. So it's like the argument of it was an own goal. If they don't pressure you, you don't go concede the own goal.
No,
so
it's
someone made him
different now.
sleep.
It's different now, right? The difference
is
this. The difference is this. Now, in kickboxing, you use your leg, you use your hand, and then you try to, stay away from your opponent. So it might not be him pressuring him. It might just be him trying to retrieve back, and then he slips.
When you are retrieving,
falls.
Why are you retrieving?
It's your tactics. I mean, you need to put in your
tactics against what? Against space or vacuum?
Of course.
In the collect.
In the collect.
When did he sleep? When did he sleep?
He slept at the 5th round.
At what point?
When the blows were much, that was when
no.
It wasn't really when the blow was much.
Okay, yes, at one point,
Pereira was given a punch and he was trying to retrieve back.
So it's simple. So the pressure from Pereira made him sleep.
Okay, let's say the pressure, but there is still a clause. He slipped.
What's the clause?
He slipped and fell, and in trying to recover.
So what if it was Pereira's tactics to make him sleep so he can get a lot more punches?
Anyway, but at this point we cannot still conclude. Like I said, Pereira, he has taken one against what's his name now?
Adesanya
at the UFC. But who else will you put in that equation? If you bring every other person in that division or in that division, you will say that Adesanya has defeated them all. So until he does that, at least do it against maybe 2-3 persons, then we can say, okay, we can begin to say, he's. But for now, he's not. He has to prove himself. You could also argue there's also an argument that, okay, this is someone he's used to beating. So psychologically, he has an edge. Maybe someone new that he has never faced before in his career.
Like who?
What's the last guy? The second to the last
is
guy.
it Kananoya?
Kananoya, maybe Whittaker and all of that. If you
Robert
can,
Whittaker.
maybe any of these guys.
Anderson Silva, that guy in a legend.
Any of these guys, that's Anderson Silva. If he can do it against any of these guys, then we can begin to say, okay, maybe this guy is in that club. But for now, there are still a lot, around his winning.
Do you give it to Alexander Usyk to defeat every other person that Joshua has faced?
I don't.
Okay, who do you think can beat Alexander Usyk?
Like Blessing said earlier on, this is sports.
No.
In sports,
We have established names that Anthony Joshua has faced.
Dillian White.
I can reel maybe 10 out in a bit. But who do you think at this point that Alexander Usyk cannot defeat that Anthony Joshua has faced and defeated? In which, or let's say after Usyk has defeated Joshua.
Well, I think no, I won't put Dillian White in that equation. Not Dillian White. Who?
Usyk is
maybe
going to beat all of them.
Even Andy Ruiz Jr. should not even be in that equation. Even.
Are you having difficulties getting a name?
Yeah, I'm having difficulties.
Because
but what
there's
I'm
no
saying
name.
is this. But what I'm saying is this. Yeah, it's looking. But what I'm saying is, I'm
Andrew
looking at
Ruiz Jr.
No, I won't put him in that equation.
Kubrat Pulev.
What's this? No.
Povetkin.
Povetkin. Maybe Povetkin could give a try or could give a shot.
Dominic Brazil.
Joseph Parker.
Dylan White. Charles
Maybe Joseph
Martin,
Parker also.
Okay, Blessing has mentioned Kubrat Pulev and Alexander Povetkin. Vladimir Klitschko. Carlos Takam.
Klitschko
don't retire.
But he don't
Povetkin
retire.
has retired also, hasn't he?
Okay, I suppose he retired.
No.
Povetkin has.
I don't know. I'm gonna check that out. But so you honestly think that these guys can beat Alexander?
They could
Usyk?
give it a try. It's
not a matter of giving it a try. It's a matter of beating.
They can. Let's not forget that even for Usyk had a lot of time. Usyk had 10 years studying what's his name, Joshua. In fact, Joshua was like a course that he had to go through, graduate, and before coming to face him. So it's also possible that if he takes on someone else, the person might still beat him. So it is not written in gold, because I will still say it is just fighting one person that you have had a long time desire to fight in place. He just got into the heavyweight division. He has not fought anybody. I even think that
he has fought people. Alexander Usyk has fought people. He has had about
in the heavyweight division. It was two. This is the third time he's fighting in the heavyweight division.
2 or 3 fights, before Anthony Joshua.
No, Anthony Joshua is. Are you?
He has had about 2 or 3 fights before Anthony Joshua.
Let me check, because I feel like it was just one person and then twice with Anthony Joshua. That's 3 times.
Queen, by your own explanation now, he has faced just one person and he was able to defeat a champion like Anthony Joshua.
That's what I'm saying.
That should be like a message that this man is.
He should.
This
but
man
I
is a
feel
force.
like it was fear that made him not take on that fight against Fury. So if he was that confident that he was going to beat every other person,
Anthony
he should
Joshua
have taken
face
that
Fury.
Fury. He should have
Joshua
taken
face
Fury.
Fury.
We're not talking about we are saying who he can beat in the heavyweight division. And I'm saying Fury personally said, "Come out, let's dig it out." And he now gave excuse after calling out Fury after beating Joshua. So why did he not run away? Because deep inside him, he still have that doubt whether he's able to face a fighter like Fury. So it doesn't always work like it's different when you already have someone in mind that you want to fight. In fact, let me give you an example with what happened when I was in primary school. I had a desire to fight somebody. I prepare well. And I beat the person. But I don't know if you beat any other person. I don't know if you go fight any other person who to make her come out, me will fight. I go house. And they run. But that one where you prepare for your mind, you don't target this person. You don't know, say, you know when you want to beat somebody, you're already looking at the loopholes. You're looking at where to capitalize. So it's very easier. But you see that one that you are not prepared. It could just take you by surprises. So that's where I am seeing it.
Okay.
So until they do it against 1, 2, 3, then we can begin to put them in that equation. But for now,
by the way, Charles Witherspoon and Derek Chisora are the two other fighters that Alexander Usyk has fought at the heavyweight division before taking on Anthony Joshua, defeating him twice. All right, so the other argument or the other part of the discussion is, does that cement that Alex Pereira is now the best at that middleweight division after beating the man that has since dominated that division in Israel Adesanya? Be a part of the conversation. The SMS or WhatsApp portal is there 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Let's move to the speed lanes of Formula One as we anticipate footballing discussions on the show.
And get a bit of my glow. I got charm like a leprechaun, mama. Now y'all with the rum, mama. TV like a dumb, mama. And we don't live by the law, mama. Even if she go.
Josh Russell and Lewis Hamilton plan to work together to stay ahead of Max Verstappen and secure a first win of the season in Sao Paulo. The Mercedes duo earned their first front row lockout as teammates after Russell overtook world champion Verstappen to take victory in yesterday's sprint, while Hamilton battled from 8th on the grid to finish third. Carlos Sainz's 5-place grid penalty sees Hamilton promoted to second on the grid for Sunday's race, which comes up later today, and Russell expects Mercedes to use different strategy to neutralize the Red Bull threats behind. Hamilton has only 2 races left in 2022 to preserve his proud record of winning a Grand Prix in every season of his F1 career. He also believes he and Russell can team up to withstand the threats of Verstappen in third and deliver a victory in Brazil, a country where he became an honorary citizen earlier this week. So let's look at the qualifiers to the Brazil Grand Prix. Ended up Josh Russell in the first place. This is a provisional starting lineup, by the way. The top 10: Josh Russell of Mercedes, Lewis Hamilton of Mercedes, Max Verstappen of Red Bull, Sergio Perez of Red Bull, Charles Leclerc of Ferrari, Lando Norris of McLaren, Carlos Sainz of Ferrari, Kevin Magnussen of Haas, Sebastian Vettel of Aston Martin, and Pierre Gasly of Alpha Tauri. The top 10 for the starting, or how they'll be lining up in the grid later. I think that race comes up later this evening. I'm going to confirm time in a bit at the Brazilian Grand Prix. So Henry, Josh Russell seems to have been a better driver this season for Mercedes. That could be argued. If anybody wants to have her mouth or his mouth, and that's no problem. It's just a proposition, not a conclusion. Now, as is Lewis Hamilton slowly, or say unnoticeably, running out of sauce. It took a great penalty for Hamilton to finish second with Josh Russell, who won the qualifier. Are you seeing signs of concerns that this man may be running out of his team? That's Lewis Hamilton.
Russell has been better just this season, and Hamilton is just having one bad season. Let's put it like that. Look, I know some people won't say it's on the wane, but you will have to wait for further seasons to actually say that it's actually happening, that Hamilton is on the wane. We wait to see what happens next season. The man could come back or bounce back. Let's not forget that there were issues with the car earlier on in the season, and that we won't say contributed in affecting Hamilton's performances. But you also want to if you're trying to play devil's advocate or say that it's still Lewis Hamilton, you can't just go bad overnight or get bad overnight. Or you could also want to paint the scenario picture that Mercedes have gotten better. It hasn't necessarily gotten that much better for the man. Yes, the performances have improved for the man Hamilton, more podium finishes and all that stuff since the car started getting better and they started correcting some of the faults and all the issues. But I mean, you won't say that his performance haven't really gotten much better. So that's why some people also have the opinion that Lewis himself could be on the wane, that the man could be out of his depth, so out of his thoughts currently, and that the sports is leaving him. But I mean, maybe psychologically it's not been the best season and it's just playing out till the end. I mean, let the season just end, let us go to next season and we wait to see the performances Hamilton puts up, and let's just hope that Mercedes can correct their issues or whatever faults or problems that the rule changes did pose to them this season, and maybe, just maybe, we could see the best of Lewis Hamilton, or we could just see the continuous dwindling fortunes of the man. But I think you can't just definitely say that Hamilton is on the way. You just have to wait. And for this season, definitely Russell has been the better driver. Has been the hope that Mercedes have had so far this season. The person, the one, he has more podium finishes than the man Lewis Hamilton, and he's been the person that's been pushing and dragging Mercedes throughout this season so far. So definitely so far, Russell has been the better driver for Mercedes this season.
Listen, if Russell has been the better driver for Mercedes this season, and they are in the same car that has had issues, suffering the same overhaul in terms of rules and regulations and implementation of parts or some principles regarding parts of the engine and parts of the cars, but still Russell remains the better driver this season, what could be said of Mercedes? Isn't that a sign that Lewis Hamilton, who is using the same car, is running out of steam?
No, Reliance, you can't say that, because there was a particular time that Mercedes even came out to say that I think they were having more trials on Lewis Hamilton's car. Hamilton also said the same thing, like they were trying more in his car than that of Russell. So the whole fault lies with Mercedes. They've not been able to get it right. And funny enough, Russell has been favored. Like this season, we cannot argue that he has been a better driver. He has garnered more points. I don't think he has finished outside of top 5 since, and this is his debut season with Mercedes. And if he continues like this, maybe in the next 2 years, he might become Mercedes' first driver. But for now, we still have to give Lewis Hamilton his accolades, because this is a man that has proven it's not just a one-season wonder. He has proven it from one season to another. This is a 7-time champion. He's just having a bad season, just like Henry said. This season is not just good for him. So maybe by next season, we can now start saying that then something is really wrong with him. And also, I still want to say something about your psychology. Maybe what happened last season with Max Verstappen also affected him. You know, when you know that you're close to clinching the 8th title and becoming like the best Formula 1 driver ever, and something just within a split second, you lose that. So maybe that is also affecting him. But this season, Lewis Hamilton has not really been the Lewis Hamilton that we know him to be. He's still yet to win one Grand Prix, and he has won a Grand Prix since he debuted 2008. He has not won. This is a bad season for Lewis Hamilton. It is a bad season for him personally. It's a bad season for Mercedes, because I think if Mercedes had a better car, maybe Lewis Hamilton would have done better.
So let's swap cars and give Red Bulls. I'm trying to recall the name of the new car driven by Max Verstappen, and give it to Lewis Hamilton.
You're going to see that the race would have ended before Max ended the race. The season.
How is that?
Because Hamilton is a more experienced driver, better driver over the years than Max. So I said,
but I hope you know that Red Bull's car is also having issues.
I know, but they have a better, stable way of managing their cars. They found out how to manage their cars earlier on.
Okay, so let's give that same car to Lewis Hamilton, and let's let Toto Wolff and his team manage the Red Bull's car.
He would have maybe. It cannot be that situation.
We are painting. I'm painting scenarios here. So we are giving Red Bull's car to Lewis Hamilton.
If he were,
and we are letting Toto Wolff and his team manage the car while Christian Horner managed the other one for Max Verstappen.
Well, I would say that maybe they will still struggle, because they might not be able to find out solutions, to get the solutions to the issues, because I feel like even the Red Bulls didn't have much of a problem. It was just little issues here and there, and it was easy for them to fix. So if it was the same scenario, then I think Hamilton would have still finished the race even before, or finished the season even before Max did. See, at some point the man was frustrated, because each time, every race week, there is one experiment to be carried out, and it was Hamilton carrying out that experiment. I thought it would have been maybe Hamilton taking on being in George Russell's position and George in Hamilton's position. I think it would have been by now. Would have not even had an end to the season, or we wouldn't have had a champion in the drivers' categories. Maybe we would have still been battling to say, okay, it's going to go down the wire, it's going to go down to the last race of the season. Because at some point there were situations of there were races where George Russell had an upper hand to challenge to win the race, but inexperience. At some point he gave away the lead. Sometimes he ended maybe second or even third at some point. So I feel like if Hamilton was in that position that George Russell was, and I understand, I mean, if you have to experiment, you have to experiment with someone who has the experience, with a better driver who could actually manage the situations well. It would be frustrating that in the first in the debut year of George Russell, you're going to be experimenting with his car. It will frustrate him, and it might even affect him going further into the subsequent seasons. But for Lewis, who had already seen it all, 7 times champion, it was even better. Psychologically, he would manage it well. So hopefully we'll see what happens next season, or even in this race. I just want him to secure, and it's looking likely because in
so
the
let's
past
talk
two
about
races,
this race, the Brazilian Grand Prix. A 1-2 at the pole for George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. Are they winning it? Is this the time when finally looking at the circuit, looking at the tracks, the number of laps we have, and of course the cars and the strategy for Mercedes, these are the factors to be considered. Is this when Mercedes finally wins it? And if it is for the season, who wins it? George Russell or Lewis Hamilton?
well, I think it's looking likely. There is so much surrounding Lewis Hamilton and this Brazil Grand Prix, and I think that them Mercedes making it to 1 and 2 is on the pole. It's not just a coincidence. It was a deliberate act. Like everything was put in place, including not just for the drivers but for the constructors too. So they want to get the best out of this race, and I'm thinking that this is the race where Hamilton will get to win his first race of the season. Like I said, he enjoys so much love, so much followership from this side, which is why earlier on in the week he was given a honorary citizenship of Brazil. So a whole lot is expected from this for himself and his team. So I'm thinking that Russell first, Hamilton second. At some point, they have already said, they work together to ensure that they win this one. I think at some point, everything being equal, the tactics, because at some point I feel like Mercedes too don't get their tactics right. Like we saw last race, Hamilton would have won that race if they had pitted Hamilton when Red Bull did pit, but they were assuming that Red Bull would pit again, but they didn't. They went on with their soft tire, and then they ended up winning that one. So if they get their tactics right, this might just be the race. You pit Hamilton, George Russell holds them Max down. By the time Hamilton is back, I know that if Hamilton pits, Max would want to pit. So Russell holds the play down for them, depending on if the race is free of crashes and all of those accidents we see on race days, and then Hamilton comes back and he takes over. At some point, I feel like somehow, even if it's not a 1 and 2 at the end of the day, Mercedes with good strategy might just end up 1 and 3, because I don't think that if it comes to George Russell and Hamilton, Max between second and third, I don't see Russell holding Max down.
Okay.
I really think he might not be able to do that.
Harry, back to back, Red Bull with the champion, Red Bull with the Constructors' Championship. Is Mercedes losing it?
Relax. Like I always say, only time will tell. Mercedes has dominated for years, and you find it very difficult to believe that dominance just ends. Yes, sometimes you won't say it will be building up gradually, but you find it hard or difficult to believe that dominance like Mercedes will just end overnight, and when it wasn't necessarily showing, it wasn't that bad. Mercedes was still in there last season. Mercedes was still in there. I think they were the Constructors' champions last season. Yeah. Also, Mercedes was still the Constructors' champion. Now, this season, they're losing out to Red Bull. Look, Mercedes has been dominant for years, and yes, there were changes. They are readjusting to those changes. We just have to wait to see how well
they get next season, or how well they do next season, then we can say that maybe the tides have changed. I mean, for a while it was Ferrari dominating. Ferrari were at it. Mercedes came. And
so how do you decide when the tides are changing? If somebody beats you twice,
I think you have to wait for next. I think
so you need 3 seasons to decide when the tides are changing.
Who won the contract? Frankly speaking, sorry, who won the contractors last season again?
No, it was Mercedes.
I think it was Mercedes.
It was Mercedes also. I mean, Red Bull only beat them this season. I think let's see what happens next season.
They only have a clean sweep this season.
Yeah.
For Red Bull, last season they delivered the champion.
Yes,
Max Verstappen. This season, they swept everything.
So Mercedes has had 3 seasons. No, I think let's say
okay, they have to do it again.
They have to do it again.
The 3rd season.
Yeah, it has
so
to.
You can agree that the tides are changing.
Red Bull didn't do a clean sweep last season.
They didn't do, but they are doing. They've done it this season.
They've done it this season. I mean,
but in each case, I'm saying, do they need 3 seasons?
I mean, when you do something, look, when you do something once, you come out of nowhere, you come and do something.
They say it's a flash in the pan.
A flash in the pan.
Do it again.
Then you need to do it again to actually convince people.
And they've done it again.
Once or twice might not be a coincidence, but when it's might be a coincidence. But when it's 3 times, we're sure that definitely you're there. So I think Red Bull needs to do such again next season. I'm not one for do it again. If they do it next season, then we know the tides have turned. That Mercedes has lost it. Red Bull are now number 1.
Okay. Is Lewis Hamilton losing out of steam? Is it getting out? Is it coming to the climax of his career? Is the question I'm asking on the show this afternoon. As we've seen George Russell become the better driver for Mercedes this season, despite both of them being on the same car, same rules, same everything, same team control. But George Russell is the better driver compared to the 7-time champion Lewis Hamilton. And I'm asking, is it running down to when it's going to be the climax of the man's career? Is it getting out of sorts, Lewis Hamilton? And when do you actually decide when you've lost it, or when someone is gaining dominance over you? If the person does it once, flash in the pan, twice, coincidence, do you need the 3rd time to prove that this person has gotten it from you? I'm asking that question on a general basis. Now, before I get back to get your responses, those listening to us right now, on those questions, we have to go for our segment. And the segment I'm talking about is the in-play segment. Do not touch the dial. This is Today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of it for Sunday on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Unfortunately, injuries are par for the course of professional athletes, and footballers are perhaps most susceptible team or sport than most to damaging bones and muscles due to physical, frenetic nature of the game. Most often than not, a footballer will sustain a muscle injury that will take a matter of weeks rather than months to fully heal. Occasionally, though, a player can be unfortunate enough to do serious, long-lasting damage to themselves. And when it comes to bad injuries, there is one in particular that any footballer at any level will wish to avoid like plague during their playing days: the anterior cruciate ligament damage in their knees, otherwise known as ACL injury. If you are listening to this in play, look at your knee. If you are on trousers, pull it up a little bit so you can have your eyes fixed on your knees, as we will let you in on what the ACL injury is, how it occurs, and how to tell that a footballer, which might include you if you play the game at any level, has suffered an ACL injury. The anterior cruciate ligament, ACL, is a main stabilizer of the knee joint. It is the connection between the thigh bone, that is the bone above your knee, and the shin bone, that is the bone below your knee, allowing the knee to twist and turn as one piece without shifting awkwardly out of its socket. The ACL also prevents excessive forward movement of the shin in relation to the thigh and extreme rotation at the knee joint. Located in the middle of the joint, it sits next to the posterior cruciate ligament. Dr. J. Lee, Assistant Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, explains more.
An ACL, or the anterior cruciate ligament, is a strong stabilizing structure in your knee. It's a rope essentially that keeps your knee stable. It is one of the most commonly injured ligaments in the knee, and it basically keeps the tibia or shin bone from sliding out from underneath the femur or thigh bone. You can cut or stop suddenly, and your ACL can tear that way. Sometimes you can land incorrectly, or you can also get a direct blow or hit to your knee, which can cause an ACL tear as well.
Tearing or rupturing the ACL is every footballer's worst nightmare. An ACL injury can occur in several ways. As noted earlier by Dr. Lee, a player landing from a jump onto a bent knee and then twisting it, or landing on a knee that is overextended. In sports like football, a direct tackle to the knee from an opponent can also cause an ACL injury. Nonetheless, there have been cases when an extreme force, a tackle high up from the side to the knee, has caused injuries to professional football players. This was the case when Virgil van Dijk suffered his knee ligament injury against Everton. When it happens, players have described a popping feeling in the knee. In some cases, the person may feel and may be able to continue playing, but as soon as the knee is put under strain during sport activity, the knee joint will become unstable. The reason the person is unable to carry on is that the control function of the ACL isn't there. The increase in rotation and forward movement of the shin in relation to the thigh make the joint quite unstable.
Traditionally, we've described a pop that happens in your knee when you injure your ACL, but you can also have a large amount of swelling, and the swelling could cause your knee to feel unstable when you try to walk and may make walking difficult. On top of that, you may also have some difficulty bending your knee.
The ACL became known in football circles when England's Italia 90 hero Paul Gascoigne of Tottenham ruptured his in the 1991 FA Cup final. It was big news. Gaza was about to join Serie A team Lazio in a multi-million-pound deal. The Italians reduced the transfer fee they offered because of the ACL knee injury. It is difficult to recover from an ACL injury, with a minimum of 6 to 9 months and a maximum of 18 months to 2 years recovery time. Some players never regain their form after rupturing from an ACL injury. Today's in-play brings to you 5 football superstars who suffered the much dreaded and career-threatening ACL injury. Ruud van Nistelrooy. After netting a remarkable 29 goals in 23 Eredivisie matches for PSV Eindhoven during the 1990 to 2000 season, Ruud van Nistelrooy was all set to complete a club record of £18.5 million move to Manchester United before disaster struck. Just days before he was sent or said to be unveiled as a Red Devil, Van Nistelrooy ruptured the ACL in his right knee, scuppering his dream move to Old Trafford. The injury kept the prolific Dutchman out of action for a year, but Sir Alex Ferguson was undeterred, landing him for £19 million the following summer. That faith was certainly pleased as Van Nistelrooy scored 150 goals in 219 games for the club before enjoying a similar success at Real Madrid, Hamburg, and Malaga. Alessandro Del Piero. Alessandro Del Piero was cut down by his own ACL injury right at the peak of his powers in 1998, at a time when he was widely considered to be one of the world's best attackers. The previous season, Del Piero has struck 32 goals in 47 matches to help Juventus lift the Serie A title as well as finish runners-up in the Champions League, and he was badly missed by his side during his year on the sidelines. Upon his eventual return, Del Piero was a less pacey and direct player, but he adapted impressively to playing in a deeper forward role, spending a further 13 seasons in the old ladies' first team, as well as winning the 2006 World Cup with Italy. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic suffered an ACL injury in April 2017 while playing for Manchester United. Being 35 at the time, it was suggested that he would never recover due to his age. But just 7 months later, he was back in action and famously declared that lions don't recover like humans. After leaving Manchester United, Ibrahimovic had a productive spell in the LMS with LA Galaxy and is now back to his brilliant best, playing for AC Milan. He's still proving to be one of the best football veterans right now. Xavi. Barcelona's all-time record appearance holder with 767 games in all competitions, Xavi regularly played over 50 games a season during his time with the Blaugrana, which makes his recovery from an ACL tear in 2006 all the more impressive. While on the way to becoming a club legend, Xavi suffered a setback during the 2005 and 2006 campaign when he was injured in a challenge with future teammate El Milson during a match against Villarreal, causing him to miss 4 months of the season. Despite being expected to miss the remainder of the campaign and the 2006 World Cup, Xavi was on the bench for Barcelona's Champions League win against Arsenal and traveled with Spain to Germany for the World Cup. And now to the major focus of this in play, Virgil van Dijk.
Van Dijk with a header! Virgil van Dijk! Absolute quality from Van Dijk.
Liverpool's task of defending their Premier League title after they won it, having to wait for about 30 years, became significantly more difficult when Virgil van Dijk suffered a serious injury against Everton. The Liverpool centre-back was on the receiving end of a reckless challenge from Everton goalkeeper Jordan Pickford in the early stages of the Merseyside derby. It was confirmed that the 29-year-old had damaged his anterior cruciate ligament, with the Mirror describing it as a grade 3 tear. That's the worst level, meaning that Van Dijk ligament was torn in half. Tim Williams is an accident injury attorney and explains better in terms of the ACL tear and the levels.
So when the ACL is torn, it can be a partial tear or a full tear. Partial tears, to be honest, generally aren't operated on. The doctors will send you physical therapy. They'll strengthen the muscles surrounding the ACL to compensate for the tear, so there's less stress put on the ACL. But ultimately, because it heals so poorly, if they can avoid surgery, they're going to do that. But if it's a full tear, unfortunately, particularly for younger folks, you will need a surgery. And rather than simply sew it back together, they actually have to donate, to harvest a portion of tendon from elsewhere. Usually it's in the Achilles, and they move it up and they graft that where the ACL used to be and allow that to heal, and that'll be the reconstruction. Never as good as a knee without an ACL injury, but it's the best they can do with current technology.
The ACL injury is a footballer's worst nightmare. It was moments of despair, fear, and desperation for Virgil van Dijk. Moving from being an active football player to doing almost absolutely nothing at all was a difficult one to take.
The hardest thing, I think, is just from one moment go from active, full of energy, preparing for games, to one moment of doing absolutely nothing anymore. You have days where you feel worse than others. You have good days where you think like, oh yeah, you'd be fine, you'd be cruising again. I'm not a robot, I'm not a machine, we are human beings, and I had to learn how to walk again. So it was all things that I had to just do, and that comes with good days and bad days. And yeah, the only thing you just have to do is just take every day as it is and keep working.
He surely kept walking. Virgil van Dijk made his return to action for Liverpool 9 months after suffering the anterior cruciate ligament injury in his right knee during that Merseyside derby against Everton. As easier said as it sounds, Dr. Andres Schlumberger, Liverpool's head of recovery and performance, admits it was a tough decision to make on Van Dijk's return.
I would say it took months to come to the conclusion on that day that he will be able to play first game. It's a very, very long process with a lot of people involved, with a lot of assessment and monitoring, trying to make things objective and not only to feel it's good.
The 30-year-old side.
The manager came to me and gave me a hug, and I could have shed a tear there. That was just how emotional it was. But because it's just the whole relief thing, you work so hard for this moment. It was a very special day for me and my family, to put more perspective on the situation you have, on life, on being where I am with my career, being at Liverpool, captain of the national team. It put everything in perspective, and you think about it a lot more than you did before.
Despite returning to action, playing each and almost every game for Liverpool henceforth, the ride to normalcy, to be considered fully fit as every other player, wasn't just about smooth for Van Dijk. ACL could end a player's football career. It can cause dip in form and performance that a player might never recover from. In summary, a player might not be the same again after recovering from a complex and serious knee injury like the anterior cruciate ligament injury. These fears were entertained by concerned football followers in the case of Van Dijk.
I know that there's a lot of eyes pointing at my direction if he's gonna be back the same way and stuff, and the only thing I can do is try my best each and every game. That's what I do. I feel like I'm improving. Everyone knows how difficult it is to come back from a knee injury, and I don't think there is a lot of examples of players who had an ACL and a complex knee injury that is back to his best after obviously a year on today. So I've work to do, but the thing is, I don't think about what others really has to say or judge. I want to be as good as I can for the team I play for and for the fans I play for, and in my case, the country I play for.
There's little or no doubt that Van Dijk has remained Van Dijk on his return from one of the worst injuries a footballer can ever suffer for club Liverpool and country Netherlands. And that was the in play for today, looking at one of the most complex injury a football player can ever face, called the ACL injury. and also bringing you some of the footballers, about 5 of them, who have suffered but returned to being a formidable force in their playing career after suffering that was injury. We also let you in on what the ACL is, how it occurs, and how to identify that a player has suffered an ACL injury. Surely, Henry, the anterior cruciate ligament is a player's worst nightmare. And if you are a supporter or a fan of a follower of any footballer and it is confirmed that he has just suffered an ACL, your mind will be racing faster than supposed.
First thing that comes to my mind when a player suffers an ACL, I know because of science and technology today, most likely the player is going to recover and come back. But my fear is, will the player be the same? Was my fear for Van Dijk, Nabil Fekir, and even our man now is currently out injured, Sadi Kumar. That's my biggest fear for him. Will he be the same when he comes back? Because knee injuries are very difficult to come back from. We've seen players time and time over and over again end their careers or lose their careers or not become the same footballers they once were or they were before those injuries. Knee injuries are very difficult. Number one, once you injure your knee, your speed slows down. No matter how fast as a footballer you are, you lose a lot of speed, and you don't fully recover, and just the psychological effect of being seriously injured, the fear that's in your body or in your mind that you could get injured once again or a slight tweak and all that stuff. And if the ACL is not healed properly or is not treated properly, it could reoccur. Another serious injury could come out of it on your knee. So it's a very delicate situation, a very complicated thing. Look, it's an injury you just pray that no one ever gets to suffer. Let me not say they are not very common, because they happen like regularly nowadays compared to what it was before. But it's an injury you just pray any footballer you support or you want to see on the field of play just doesn't have to go through. They just don't. They just shouldn't go through having an ACL in their career, just because it's actually something very devastating. Some people are young or are lucky, and the time frame for recovery might be shorter for them. Like Xavi was it didn't even get up to 6 months. Iniesta, I think, had a minor ACL issue about 4 months also when he was in Barca. So time frame is long, but getting that seriously injured psychologically, the effect, and staying away from a sport for a year, and that takes its toll on the footballer, and you might never recover. Falcao is one typical example. We saw Falcao after his injury, and the Falcao we saw wasn't the Falcao we knew.
Reminds me of Michael Keane and Erling Haaland's father. Let's keep that story aside. But Michael Keane was Roy Keane, I beg your pardon. He was I don't know. Let's just keep it aside. But just to give us a heads up, Roy Keane suffered ACL injury. Was a clash between himself and half-inch Haaland, who is Erling Haaland's father. And I think he was playing for Leeds United then. Yeah, Leeds United. That's Haaland's father. And the man was like, now you cause him, maybe me cause him. But later on, Keane revenge, and that was the end of Haaland's father's career in football. Blessing, I learned that the ACL that we just talked about is more prevalent. Like, women are more susceptible to it. That women are more susceptible to the ACL, but that's not what I want to ask. That's what I want to talk to you about, because you're obviously not a professional or a doctor in that field.
Not at all.
I don't want to ask you more questions on that. At least it's safe to say that Virgil van Dijk returned from the ACL injury and has remained Virgil.
Reliance, some players are lucky, some are not, and we've seen it like from all of the players that you've listed. Some are lucky, and some like Alan Shearer. He tore his ACL, but he still came back. He was able to win the title with them. I think with them Rovers, Blackburn Rovers. Yeah, he was able to win, and he still ended up being the highest goal scorer in the Premier League, even up till up to date. So some players can bounce back, while some, and Zlatan, when he tore his ACL with Man U, he came back after 3 months and he said something like lions don't recover like humans.
Lions are gods.
It's like lions
like recover like humans.
Like humans, but let's be truthful. He has been going from one surgery to another. Even with AC Milan, as he moved to AC Milan, he has still done surgery about that same ACL. But we can still argue that he was able to win the Scudetto with AC Milan. That's like the ACL did not completely deter his career. Xavi also tore his ACL, came back, and Van Dijk also. And Van Dijk came back. Although for this season we can say that Van Dijk has not been the Van Dijk that we know, but it is not due to injuries. Maybe due to something else.
What if the team has not been the team we used to know as well?
Maybe the team generally, but Van Dijk as a footballer, last season we saw Van Dijk. Van Dijk has not changed. Although this season it is a thing of Liverpool, but Van Dijk has not changed. And when that,
I think he even became better.
When that clash with Pickford happened, it was something serious because Pickford had to come out to say that people were threatening his life. Fans were calling him. They were sending some kind of cryptic messages. He had to cry out for help. Like, it was just a clash. That's to tell you that fans know the extent of what this thing can do. And Van Dijk is an integral player of Liverpool. If Van Dijk is not in Liverpool, you will see that Liverpool will suffer for it. So when he was out, the fans knew what was involved. That was why they kept on attacking Pickford. But luckily, Van Dijk is still Van Dijk. The injury did not deter his career. The injury did not really affect his career, despite the fact that he was out for almost a year.
Okay.
I still remember when Pickford collided with Van Dijk. I was watching that game with some people, and the first thing that came out of my mouth, especially when I saw the tackle and Van Dijk clutching his knee, I hope it's not an ACL. That was the first thing that came to my mind, because my thought was, will he be the same if it's very serious? If it's an ACL, will he come back? So yeah, he has come back. He's looked good, although it did take him a while to get back to the old Van Dijk we knew or we know. But I mean, gradually he's getting back to what he is or who he was before the injury. Even with Sadiq Umar, when he landed awkwardly, I was like, is it an ACL? Because the moment, even to the medics or to the coach, they see a player clutching their knee, everybody's heart is in their mouth. They get scared. They get, they're worried, because it tends to be very serious when a player is clutching his knee with so much pain like that.
All right, just to give us an idea of what this actually means, even as we see Aston Villa have considered against Brighton and Hove Albion after the goalkeeper decided to go for this pass from the back, ball playing goalkeeper. He don't do it himself today. So Brighton won, Aston Villa 0 at the 2nd minute of the match.
But
I think they could look at, I think that could be cancelled for a foul.
Is there even a VAR check?
I don't think there is.
It's a goal.
I think that could be given as a foul, because he did nudge Douglas Luiz from the back and he didn't get the ball in any way. But I mean, they've decided to let it stand.
Too soft.
No, I think that should have been a foul. That should have been a foul.
McAllister has given Brighton and Hove Albion the lead, wrestling the ball from, who was that? The
Douglas
defender,
Luiz.
Douglas Luiz. He received a pass from his goalkeeper, and it's Brighton leading Aston Villa at the moment. So let's see what's going to happen. Will he be able to bounce back from the Carabao Cup defeats Unai Emery? We wait to see. But so the ACL is more like, I wanted to give us maybe try to break things down a little bit. ACL is more like that joint in your knee that allows your knee to move and return to the same sockets, right? So when people make movements, when you are walking, the knee is in somewhat a rotatory motion. When you make a turn, a sharp turn, for instance, like you always see in football, the knee rotates. So the ACL is more like that ligament that is there, and ensure that when the knee turns, it returns to the same socket. If you turn left, turn right, it does not shift out of the socket. So when you tear this stuff, you could just see the knee, one part of your knee being on the other side and stuff. It could be very damaging and career threatening. By the way, The ATP final in tennis begins today. Djokovic, a 5-time champion at the event, is in a loaded red group with fellow former winners Stefanos Tsitsipas and Dani Medvedev plus Andrew Rublev. Nadal, who has never won the ATP finals, is the overall top seed and fell in the weaker green group with Casper Ruud, Felix Auger-Aliassime and Taylor Fritz. Both Auger-Aliassime and Fritz are making their debut in the ATP final, while Ruud made the semi-final last year. A subplot to the event is the number 1 ranking. Current leader Carlos Alcaraz has ended his season, so Nadal can return to number 1 by reaching the final against someone that undefeated Tsitsipas, while former champion Tsitsipas must win the title undefeated to reach the number 1. Otherwise, the team finishes number 1. Nadal and Alcaraz could actually be tied at the end of the event, with the breaker and the number 1 ranking going to Rafa. It's 200 points per round robin win, 400 points per semi-final win, and 500 for winning the final. Nadal throws Alcaraz by exactly 1,000 points. So the event begins today in Turin, Italy. Carlos Alcaraz is the leading world number 1, but has ended his season thus far. Maybe like this when Novak Djokovic and Rafael Nadal drew. It's all right. They played, at least at their peak, at their younger ages. They played and played and played. They start selecting tournaments when they got to their, maybe coming from injuries or getting to their 30s, but it is what it is at the moment. Let's switch to the footballing side of the show this afternoon. Still today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of it, reaching you from the studios of a premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Calling all night, I can pull the wool while I'm being polite. Darling, calling all night, I can be a bull while I'm being polite. Oh me, oh my. I know many women wanna be in my life. Oh me, oh my. Why can every woman end up being my wife?
So yesterday in the Premier League, it took a Willock's collar to send Chelsea out of St. James's Park with nothing, as Newcastle were 1-0 winners over the Blues at St. James's Park, marking another defeat, just as another defeat for Graham Potter since he took charge of the club. Chelsea made a couple of attacks early on and late on, but they couldn't find breaking the deadlock until Joe Willock did the business in getting Newcastle the win, ensuring that the continuous impressive form for Eddie Howe and his Magpies remain intact as we approach the World Cup break, and we wait to see what's going to happen with Newcastle when the teams return late December for kickoff of domestic fixtures across Europe top 5 leagues after the World Cup in Qatar.
Even if she go away, I'm a classic man. You can be mean when you look this clean. I'm a classic man. Calling on me like a young OG. I'm a classic man. Your knees get made by the street.
In the other match at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, the Spurs came back 3 times to defeat Leeds United 4-3. Leeds took the lead earlier on by a 1-0 scoreline. Of course, Tottenham equalized. Leeds went on to score again to make it 2-1. Tottenham came back again to equalize, and of course, Leeds ensured that it was 3-2 at some point. Tottenham returned again to equalize and went on to win the match before a penalty, a red card was awarded one of Leeds United players. So it ensured that all 3 points were secured for Antonio Conte and his boys at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, ending the match 4-3. Nottingham Forest were 1-0 winners over Crystal Palace. For Arsenal, it's a continuous run of 5 consecutive wins as they were able to beat Wolverhampton Wanderers 2-0 to maintain solidity at the top of the Premier League table, and are now how many points clear?
Arsenal.
5 points clear of Manchester City, who were defeated by Brentford early on before the Chelsea and the Arsenal matchup. So in the Premier League, 3 key matches to be discussed on the show this afternoon, and then in the Italian Serie A, it's continuous win for Victor Osimhen with his Napoli side, who won yesterday as well, to keep on the pressure of becoming champions in the Italian Serie A for the first time in a very long while. So those are the focal points and on the show this afternoon and the football league side of things. First off, Manchester City losing to Brentford. Henry Oguguo. Manchester City signed off their season. The first part, not even the first part of the season, because have we played up to 18 matches? No, we haven't.
No,
We've just played 15 matches. Even City have played 14. Arsenal have played 14 as well.
Yeah.
I think they say both teams have one game each to play. So it's not yet the first half of the season, although just 3 matches before the first half of the season. But Man City signed off the World Cup break with a defeat. Do you see them bouncing back to keep pressure on Arsenal?
It's Man City. We still wouldn't expect them to win the league come May. I mean, it's very funny. A defeat means nothing. We've seen Man City lose games that when they don't turn up, and that you will not, even when you're off. Normally, you as a big side, we say it's the stuff of champions. When you don't play at your best, you see someone find a way to grind out the results. But there are games or days where you just can't grind out the results. I mean, it's very fun. You can see it side bottom of the table and they end up beating you. So I mean, that's how football works. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't take away anything from Manchester City or them being the favourites or the odds-on favourite for the title. So yes, I know Arsenal are on top. Some people are saying the elephant is not beating the nest at the top of the tree, but it's still Man City, and 5 points is in a league like this that they've shown that you need to get at least 94 points and above to win it. 5 points to overturn 5 points is nothing, and we know how City tend to be, especially from January. City is a side that can go on a run of 20 straight victories and they've clinched the title. That's the way Pep Guardiola's side is, or that's the sort of standards they've set for themselves. And if Arsenal want to or have to win the league, then they have to put up such sort of performance or a very high resistance and make sure that they can match such performance. But frankly speaking, I see it as being very difficult. But for Pep Guardiola and City side, you know that they can keep on going at this, they can keep on going at you, they can keep on winning games, and they will keep on winning games. The way they play, it makes it very difficult for teams to come up against them and win. I mean, we saw the way Brentford played yesterday. It was resilience upon resilience, and most teams cannot put that off for 90 minutes. With all due respect, you could even have a funny scenario whereby in the next game Brentford end up beating black and blue. So I mean, yesterday was a one-off for City, and we still expect them to bounce back once the league resumes for Boxing Day fixtures.
All right, I think it's not 5 straight wins for Arsenal. I think there was a draw in between in the Premier League.
Yeah, I think
Southampton, right?
Southampton, yeah, 1-1.
So it's not 5 straight wins as I mentioned. It's rather 5 straight wins for Newcastle United. Yeah. We'll talk about Newcastle in a bit, but Blessing, for do we still have that steam?
He had to bandage his head. In his mind, Laporte would be like, if I fuck up pass like this, if I mess up pass like this, it go worse.
All right. So it was a case of taking their foot off the gas, Henry, or Brentford were just better.
Brentford were resilient. That's what I have to say. Look, City struggled to create chances. They didn't create chances, and it's one of those things you have to say and you have to look at, and you just say it's one of those off days. And we've seen days like this. We saw when Norwich did beat them 3-2. We saw when Crystal Palace did it. We saw when Newcastle was struggling. Newcastle side did it in the past, and Manchester City were just not at it yesterday.
The ladies, like probably one day we're gonna have it in depth. One day before the World Cup or during the World Cup, before the Premier League returns, because watching that match yesterday, I saw a couple of things, but I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to let it lie for now. Man City is always believed to be a team that can go 5, 10, 15 matches and
20 games,
and they wrap up the season, right? And it has happened. It's happened before, so there's always a belief. Pep Guardiola is there, Kevin De Bruyne and all that stuff, but then again, I'm going to leave that for another day. So let's talk about Newcastle United. How impressive? That's more like a cliche question. So let me put it this way: what happened to Chelsea against Newcastle yesterday?
Newcastle happened to Chelsea. Newcastle are a side that are brilliant this season. Personally, I feel like after Arsenal, the next team to be commended commended, it should be Newcastle. Now, they are not getting the accolades, they are not getting the attention, and I like it that way, but they are gradually getting the results. Look at their matches against big sides. It was literally a fight before Man City were able to get a result against them, and you could even say thank you to the referee of the day. Against Manchester United grinded out a goalless draw from them. Who again have they? They've not played.
And they received some fines as a result of outbursts in that match.
Goal or no goal?
Okay. Then what's their name now? They've not played Chelsea. Okay, they played Chelsea yesterday. In fact, if you talk about finish, they finished Chelsea. They outplayed Chelsea on all fronts. The unfortunate thing is that they just ended up scoring just one goal against Liverpool. Have they played Liverpool?
Yeah, they lost to Liverpool.
They lost to Liverpool. Okay, yeah, still won. So you could say that this is a side that are just. In fact, Eddie Howe, I don't know what team is no longer about St. Maximin. I mean, last 2 seasons, Newcastle is playing. You're looking at for St. Maximin, but right now it's not about him. Bruno Guimaraes is literally doing wonders. What's this guy's name that even got them to go?
Chris Willock.
Chris Willock
from Arsenal.
From Arsenal flop to a top player in
Newcastle. Newcastle's top player.
Yeah, Newcastle's top player.
Good.
You talk about is it McAllister?
No.
Almiron. Like the players are just like players that you literally call average players before now. They've turned up. Like it's looking like there's an injection.
But you wouldn't call Kieran Trippier an average player?
No. Kieran Trippier is not an average player. So yeah, I even missed that on Kieran Trippier. And see, I think that we have to give kudos to Eddie Howe. As for Chelsea, it's just Chelsea. It's just Chelsea going back to default settings. Before now, it was just about the man in charge. What's his name now? The former owner, Roman Abramovich.
Yeah.
It's just about Roman Abramovich influence. So every coach wants to get the result because you're going to be booted out. So even if it means let me use the word as leaking players to get the result, you will go up. But right now it's not going to be like that anymore because what's his name? Todd Bowley. I don't think the man is even looking like. Have I even seen him watching Chelsea match recently?
Well,
I hardly do, because I know if he was there yesterday, the camera would have panned on him, especially when they scored that brilliant goal. But I don't get to see. Personally, I don't get to see him, and I think that it simply means that the man is not really interested in what happens in the pitch of play.
You think so?
He's ready to give this man a lot of time. See, if he was, he wouldn't be hiring Graham Potter after sacking a coach like Thomas Tuchel.
All right.
If he was, it wouldn't be.
See, you can't blame. As much as people want to keep on castigating Potter from beginning to end, I'm of the opinion that look, I've always said give Potter time, and yes, the football might not be good, but when was the last time a Chelsea transfer was successful? The last successful transfer we can remember Chelsea did that was successful. Wesley Fofana. I say Wesley Fofana. Thiago Silva, sorry. Edward Mendy.
It was even a free transfer.
It was a free transfer. Edward Mendy had his moment, but I mean, Chelsea fans prefer Kepa in between the sticks now. That's how bad it is. That's how fun how the tides are these days. How the tides have turned. So you look at the signings, and Potter had no hand in signing any of these players currently. He's just trying to make the best out of a situation that is.
He signed Wesley Fofana.
No, Wesley Fofana. He came after transfer deadline. Transfer deadline. Took some games after transfer deadline. The team was already unraveling under Thomas Tuchel. I think any other coach you put in this team would have also struggled or so. He still managed to get into the team. I wonder how. I wonder how.
Sitting here, I'll probably tell you that each season he gets to play regularly. I keep wondering if he has someone's. Let's keep it.
Let's leave it at that. Chilwell hasn't necessarily been at the best place since he signed, especially after he had that serious to leave Werner and let Broha go. But the board decided it was best to let Werner go and leave Broha. And Broha, with all due respect, is not a striker meant for a club that are going to battle for relegation season in, season out, or are going to find themselves in mid-table season in, season out. So the whole squad, it's not right. I think even if you put a Pep Guardiola or Jurgen Klopp there, they'll still struggle. Give Potter time, give him chance to dip into January, see where he can correct parts of the ills.
Do you see any sign that these players are not committed to the coach because they don't believe in him?
Reliance, I just feel like the players lack an identity under this particular coach because they are not playing well as players. Individually, they are not playing well. Then as a team, they are not playing well. Then also as Graham Potter's tactics and style of play, it is still not working for them. The players are not just good. It is not the fault of the coach because it is not a coach that will tell you that you should pass your ball. Yesterday, Jorginho was passing balls like he was a teenager. This is someone that is expected to be experienced and make an impact in that particular squad. Jorginho, and another thing, when your goalkeeper has more touches than you in a match, what does that mean? It tells you that something is really wrong with these players because Mendy had more touches than some of the players.
And that is where
he had more touches than the players, not just some of the players.
Comes from. That's where the argument comes from. That the players are putting things, they know the right thing to do. Because, say for instance, there was a point when was it Kovacic? There was an outfield space for a pass to the midfield. He chose to go back to Trevor Chalobah. Like you could just see the opportunity there, and of course you just established that Mendy had more touches. So that's where the argument is coming from, that these guys don't believe in the coach.
Yes,
and for that reason they don't want to play for him.
It was these same players that they had under Thomas Tuchel, and yet they still did not do well under Thomas Tuchel. Now under Graham Potter, they are still not doing it. It is the fault of the players, not just on the man Graham Potter. Yes, Graham Potter is not an excellent coach. He is not a fantastic coach. You don't expect him to work wonders. But the players themselves, this is a World Cup year that every player would want to give his best so that they can be called upon. But the Chelsea players, it just feels like they are just being complacent. Like they're just relaxed. They don't know what to do. It is not your coach that will tell you how to score. It is not your coach that will tell you how to pass, how to pass. It is not your coach that will tell you go forward and not go back. These are basic things that they are supposed to know. The Chelsea players are playing without intensity. They are playing like a walk. It is a
really happened after it was a downward spiral after that for them. So
next season is different from the league form is different from.
In a way, you could say yes, it's different from Champions League form because most times.
After winning the Champions League for Chelsea, they got to the knockout phases of the next year. I think they got to the semi.
No, quarterfinals. They got to the quarterfinals. And you expect Chelsea to get to the quarterfinals because it's Chelsea Football Club of England we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. And it's the same set of players that got them to the quarterfinals.
But
the same set of players
when those players should have stepped up, or when they could step up in a game against Real Madrid in the first leg, they didn't do it. When they needed to keep their heads down to see out the victory against Real Madrid in the second leg, they couldn't do it.
Was that a player's fault or game management fault from the coach Thomas Tuchel?
I think it's a combination of both. Sometimes
which one shares the larger blame?
I think sometimes, as much as we want to give coaches a lot of stick, sometimes players also have to get the necessary amount of stick.
But in this case, which one shares the larger blame?
The larger blame for
his inability to see off that victory against Real Madrid when needed.
I think the players.
The players took the larger blame.
The players have to take the larger blame. Yeah. For that game, because I mean nobody told Kante to misplace that pass or not to play a pass properly because it was already evident. It was clearly showing. Even the first leg, the players refused to turn up. They refused to turn up. Frankly speaking, Chelsea have been riding their luck. They won the Champions League, but they almost missed out on the Champions League qualification through the league that season. If Tottenham hadn't beaten Leicester City, Chelsea wouldn't have been in the Champions League. They would have had to. All their hopes would have been on in that finals against Manchester City. Look, the cracks have been there. It's been evident. It's just somehow Tuchel was able to manage the situation as best as he could. But at the point, he reached a point where even super glue, even Aradite, call it whatever, masking tape, whatever it is, duct tape cannot hold this again. At the point, what is broken, it will show that this thing that is broken is broken. There are a lot of cracks in the Chelsea side. I've always shook my head that maybe if the other big teams were not sleeping, or the other quote unquote giants apart from Man City and Liverpool were not sleeping, maybe Chelsea would have the reality would have actually dawned on Chelsea Football Club, and that's the truth. But you have a scenario whereby the other teams themselves are not up to par. So Chelsea is in a better state or situation than them, and they are doing well. And it now makes it look like they're still Chelsea of the Chelsea now is not the Chelsea we remember. Let's tell ourselves the truth.
So it's more of the players than the coach for Henry. Blessing, I think you shared that same.
No, it's a balance of both.
A 50-50.
Yes, a 50-50 because Graham Potter is not doing using the right tactics, the right machinery. Maybe if he has the players that he wants, he can dictate, okay, you should play in this position, and not playing attackers as midfielders as defenders. So it's a 50-50 thing. With what I saw yesterday, Newcastle should have even scored more than one goal because Chelsea did not even play like they wanted to win.
So let's use Newcastle as a case study once again because they played Chelsea yesterday. Eddie Howe hasn't had at least a step up in terms of the kind of players he's had so far with Newcastle because there was injection of some players. 3-3 player, you guys have already agreed.
Dan Bond, Sven Botman,
Longstaff, Hugo Amara was a record signing.
Guimaraes
is there. Alexander Isak, although he gets to hit the ground running, probably a couple of injuries have not really allowed him. Maximin has been there in Newcastle. Jojo Shelby, these ones are more like relegated to the bench. But he's not having a step up to the quality, to the kind of quality that he's had before. And look at him. 5 successful wins for Newcastle so far. It's just a couple of points away from who's leading the Premier League table. After the World Cup break, if they continue like this, you start talking about Newcastle in the title race. That's on one side. Graham Potter has not had the kind of quality that he's having right now with Chelsea anywhere in his career. But look at him. He's below the how we are talking about. How is that more of players' problem than a coach problem?
Because before,
how does that make things balanced?
Before Thomas Tuchel was sacked, it was these same players, and how well were they performing? Their performance under Thomas Tuchel was not also exceptional. So I can argue that it is a thing of the players and also the coach. These players did not do well under Tuchel. That was why Tuchel had to suffer for it. He was the one that was sacked, and yet he brought in new players. Although I can argue with the kind of signings that he made because I don't see why you're bringing Aubameyang into Chelsea.
They needed a centre forward. Lukaku didn't work, and the most experienced centre forward at that point, maybe not the most experienced, but one of the most experienced
that was available
was Aubameyang.
He had the whole of the transfer market. The transfer market was open for a long time. Aubameyang came in as a last signing, deadline day. You had the whole
but see, that's not even an issue. I think before Aubameyang there was Sterling in the team. Sterling would have still be used as a top line or a striker if you wanted. See
a false nine.
A false nine kind of. I think that for Chelsea I don't know, maybe I'll still blame Graham Potter.
No.
He's not up to that standard. He has not worked with this level of players in his career.
And that is my question. That's my question. Eddie Howe, let me say it again. I think my mic was off for some seconds, some minutes. Let me say it again for clarity. Eddie Howe has not had the level of players he's having at the moment with Newcastle. He's not having it. You know, Trippier, Alexander, they are not. You might not categorize them as A-class players. You know, Priya and I had that argument yesterday while the match was going on.
They're not A-class.
Good. You might not categorize them
they're
at that
B-.
level. You understand? But it's a level step up in the Arsenal available to Eddie Howe. And look at him. Top 3 in the Premier League. Graham Potter has not had a level step up as he's having. If you agree that Chelsea players are more quality than Newcastle players, that means that's a way high level step up. I'm coming, guys. That's a way up level up for Graham Potter. But look at how he's underperforming, and it keeps me wondering, how is this now more of using Newcastle as a case study? How is it more of a coach, the player's problem than a coach problem? Or how does that even make things balance for Chelsea?
Now let me tell you why I feel so. Now the difference is in how you manage these players. For Eddie Howe and the guys, I don't know what he has said to them. I don't know how he approaches them or how he manages their individual personalities, because most times it is away from what we see on the pitch of play. It is down to how you relate with these individuals, right? So we don't know how Eddie Howe relates with them that makes them feel like they've got to offer something. And for Graham Potter too, it's same thing. How he manages these individuals outside what we are seeing on the pitch of play on camera is very important. Now let me take us back to Sir Alex Ferguson and Manchester United. At some point from a documentary that I watched, they said you don't go to party. That's how much of an influence. If it is in today's game, believe you me, they for don't sack Sir by now, because some players for don't how you know allow us to enjoy our life. If I don't bring to pitch of play, maybe a gang up or something. But he went about it. It's not like players were not doing it then. But how he went about instilling that discipline on these players was what made those players to be like, oh, see him not just as a coach, but as a father that they will respect in and out of the pitch.
So which side of the divide are you on? More of the coach problem, or more of the player problem, or a balance?
I think it's more of a coach problem. He has not gotten to that level where he can manage these individuals.
Harry, as much as one says one more of a coach problem, I want to say no. Let's paint scenarios. Jurgen Klopp is in Liverpool today. Literally everybody in Liverpool turned them into a superstar. But we want to ask, yes, he did handle Dortmund. Dortmund became a big side under him again. They went back to their glory days. But where was Dortmund before he came out? Even when he left Dortmund, what was he dealing with Dortmund? Okay, Gundogan from Bochum. Veteran captain Sebastian Kehl, Matt Hummels, reject from Bayern Munich, told he will never make it. Neven Subotic from, was it Mainz or where he signed it from? So, but he was able to transform Liverpool into what they are today. I want to ask you a question. Donny van de Beek and Joe Willock, who is the better quality footballer, please?
Do you want me to answer that question?
Yeah, answer it.
I'm not impressed with answer. Continue.
You will say it's Donny van de Beek.
No. You will say
it's Donny van de Beek.
You will say it's Donny van de Beek.
Yeah.
Van de Beek has not done anything other three managers now currently in Manchester United, because he has refused to step up. Look, the problem that is going on in Chelsea was a problem that, unless you are just blind to see it, or you just didn't want to see it, whether you're a fan or you had a support of Chelsea, or because of you just didn't want to see it, it's because of the transfers who have been bad. Look, because of Pulisic could carry the ball and dribble 5 people or 10 people in the Bundesliga, it probably didn't mean that he was the right fit for the club or what you're necessarily looking for. And that's the truth. And
is Donny van der Beek bad under 3 managers? Is it because he has not stepped up or he has not been properly utilized, even by the manager who signed him?
The one that is there, that was what that made Van de Beek. Is what he was.
How many times have you played under him?
Van de Beek has played, like, I know he hasn't really played that much, but the 4-5 games here, about the 4-5 games Van de Beek has played, he hasn't looked it at all.
And you can also argue that anybody that comes into the team like that hasn't been out for a long while, for years, he has been out for years, or that has been a regular, will struggle.
He has not been a regular, but he has been training with these people for Christ's sake.
Yes, but he has not been in competitive with them.
Yes. But this is what I'm trying to say. A footballer, you sign, you spend £75 million on a Kai Havertz. You spend 50 million on a Christian Pulisic. You spend 33 or 35 million euros on a Hakim Ziyech, and none of these players has ever stepped up or even consistently delivered. And it all boils down to the coach. I don't think you can necessarily blame the coach, because time and time.
But you just said it all boils down to
and
the coach.
You're trying to tell me it all boils down to the coach. Then you're not being fair, because under Frank Lampard, it was the same erratic, inconsistent performance. Although some people would say it's more down to Lampard than it was down. Tuchel came in, a hard liner, he galvanized the boys, but at a point it started crumbling.
Now let me take
their true colors started showing.
Let me take you back to the instances you cited. Dortmund were nowhere. I mean, you mentioned the kind of players they had until who came in? Jurgen Klopp. Liverpool had so many struggles until who came in? Jurgen Klopp. Are you sure? I mean, I'm looking at where you're coming from, because it looks like there's a contradiction to the point you're trying to posit.
The struggles I'm trying. What is synonymous with Klopp?
Transformed these two teams.
He transformed these two teams, but not with the players he met.
Okay.
Let's get one thing straight. He transformed these two sides, not with the players he met. Even Pep, this Man City was not the Man City we remember before Pep Guardiola came. Even his first season, he had to transform this team into what it is today. That's what I'm saying. You can't sack Potter during the season when it's already going downhill for him, and it's evident that even under Tuchel will probably have been the same thing, and he hasn't made any transfers.
It's also evident that he would have transformed things. It's a case of
it was down. They lost to Dynamo Zagreb.
Yes, they were losses.
I mean, if I'm a fan of Chelsea and I lose to Dynamo Zagreb 1-0, I'll press the panic button. It was evident.
Yes, there were losses, but it's also an if situation that who knows that he would if he's allowed on the saddle, he would have transformed the team, would have turned things around.
It would have probably he could have, but we can't say those are what if, those are hypothetical. But it was going downhill with 2 kills before he was sacked, and it was very evident, and that was clear. Maybe he could have turned it around if he was given the chance, but he wasn't given the chance, so we can't say. But now it's still same downward spiral. There was granular results without playing properly or playing well on that. The performance never changed. Just that they started grinding out results. Now the performance is still the same, but you're not grinding out the results, and it's all down to the manager. No, the players have just all failed to turn up time and time over and over again.
All right, let's bring you in. You've listened to the conversation and the questions I've thrown on the guys and how the questions have gone and their responses. So it's time for you to tell us what it is. More of the problem of the coach or the players not failing to step up, the transfer not working, or more of the problem of the players, or a balanced situation at Chelsea at this point in time. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510951. The SMS on WhatsApp portal is double at 0701 933 996. So I've seen your messages from that portal. I'm going to take them in a bit, so keep them coming through. On Twitter we are at Today FM 951 at Today FM 951. I'm going to start with line 1. Hi there, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. No photocopy?
No duplicate.
Go ahead.
I call you from
Go ahead.
But one concerning safety present condition, one fact that we don't recognize is that the man that is in charge of safety now was a small coach, where he was highest achievement that he used to achieve was to stable his team, stop them from going to relegation. He was in the class of Tama, Allardyce, and the rest of them, and they promoted him to Chelsea. It has happened before to the likes of Brendan Rodgers from Swansea to Liverpool, Seedorf, Atuso, all of them. They all wake up, and Andre Pello wanted to coach a big team, and we know how it ended. I still maintain that that man is not up to the level, with due respect to him, to coach Chelsea. If no matter what happened to the man that left, it has already have a scorecard, and Kitchen was there. But this one, what was the achievement that they used, apart from the England media hype of this and that? He was able to beat Chelsea, beat the Big Four. So that it was the only criteria that qualifies him to be a Chelsea coach. So there is nothing he can do to change the whole team and bring in new set of players. A challenge is different from where he came from and to where he is now. So that is it. Concerning Manchester City is because of Pep. The media protected him a lot. Whatever that happened to Pep, nobody said anything about the media. Because if it is this loss, yesterday was Arsenal, or maybe Liverpool or any other team, I think it would have made a headline news. People would have deliberately discussed about it. But this one just is Pep. He can do it. How can Pep lose a team like a Brentford, which only defense lineup of Pep can buy a whole Brentford team? Those are the things we should look at. Player quality, and from the first person to the last person. And people say all is well with Pep. And mind you, Pep has been there for 7 years now. He only managed to play one Champions League final. He keeps being a local champion by winning the league, pass the ball 50 times. People say, yes, he played a very good pattern of football. You lost to Brentford. The other time you lost to Leeds United, still at home. The other time you lost to Liverpool. And it has not been playing 10 matches unbeaten again. So what I'm trying to say is that the Pep that we think that was the last thing after sliced bread has begun to fade up. Because of since we started this season, Pep never played 6 matches unbeaten without a lose or a draw. And what that means is that if he continues like this, I said it last week, someone called and said that I used to make noise, that the only person that can stop Arteta is Pep. The only person that can stop Pep is Arteta. If it continues like this, in life what you put into is what you have. At the end of the day, Arteta will do what Leicester City did last time, because I've never seen any other serious team that can compete the way it stands. Thank you. That's my take. I remain no photocopy, no duplicate.
We appreciate your thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. No photocopy, no duplicate. Well, we're going to have that massive discussion one day. Just trust me, we're going to have it one day. Hi there. Good afternoon.
unreliable reliance.
Ring Evans Dixon, go ahead. Although I can hear some kind of breeze from your end, but let's have your thoughts. Go ahead.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, better off.
All right. I don't know how somebody would want to exclude Graham Potter from Chelsea's failure, or you want to even exclude Thomas Bully. I mean, Thomas Tuchel signed players that they want from the start of the team. We all know that this is complaint that we are all complaining. We should also remember that Thomas Tuchel also came to Chelsea a period whereby Chelsea have already completed their signing. Lampard have signed players, but he was unable to use them. Thomas Tuchel does not sign any player, but he used these players to win Champions League within a period of 6 months. The difference between Thomas Tuchel and Graham Potter was mentality. Look at press conference after this their current coach have lost match. The mentality he always wants to admit their mentality is never the same. You lost to Arsenal and you are admitting that yes, you are not. Does that mean the fact that you lost to Arsenal and you feel that Arsenal are better one-on-one than you? Does that mean you have to admit it publicly that yes, but their mentality is not the same? I mean, you see, Thomas Tuchel trying players is a defensive-minded coach, and he signed defenders, signed few of the attackers, and they just starting at the American Abumaya. So why, if you feel that you want to build a long-term project on with Chelsea between Thomas Tuchel and Graham Potter, who should you build long-term project with? And you are building long-term. No matter what Chelsea will be facing through or passing through under Thomas Tuchel, they would have been better off than what they are passing through under Graham Potter. Because at least Thomas Tuchel is the man that has seen it all. So I find it very difficult if somebody wants to exclude the owner of Chelsea and also want to exclude the coach. Because if you want to tell me that it's because the players don't want to, you tell me that what if the coach just asks them to start passing from the back, to start building up from the back? That's why anytime Chelsea wants to, or anytime Chelsea with the ball, they start from the defense to do pass. You know, see, the thing there is that Graham Potter is not and can never be the man. If Chelsea wants to just be comfortable with this Graham Potter, then they should just accept whatsoever thing that comes on. You see what happened to Newcastle with Chelsea, or what happened to Brentford with Man City? It's just something that happened. We all know Man City. Even if you know Premier League, even if Arsenal are taking the league with 10-15 points, the only impossibility they have is that they have Man City in the league that they are trying to even win. And it's not so 5 months is not even enough for fans to start celebrating that yes, they are on top of the table for Christmas period. The question there should be, at the end of the season, how many points will you want to win the league? And to win the league in Premier League, you need to gather 100 points comfortably. So for me, 5 points is not enough for Arsenal fans to start celebrating. But well, congratulations for them. Let them just enjoy it now that it's lasting for them. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us on the show. Ring Evans, Dixon's, keep your reaction. Dixon Radak, keep your reactions coming through as we are taking them on the show. Another question is there a gang up? Do you smell a gang up from the players against Graham Potter because they don't believe on the man? Hi there, good afternoon.
Reliance.
Lawson.
Stop looking for excuse for Chelsea, honestly.
I'm not looking for excuse. I'm doing my job, Lawson. I'm on the questioning side of the divide. I'm throwing questions as they come into my head.
I know, but I don't want you to look any further, honestly.
Yeah.
Chelsea, right from towards the tail end of last season, has been struggling. They've been struggling, really. Some of the games, DR has even assisted them to win those games. They've been bad. Even against Man U. I don't know why that game. In fact, my annoyance with yesterday's game is that his scoreline did not even tell the story at all. 2 games that scoreline didn't. Yeah, didn't tell the story at all. Because it was wave and wave and wave of attack, and at the end of the day, it was just one goal. And if you didn't watch that match, you wouldn't appreciate it. What happened there? So for me, it's a struggling side. Just as Henry has said, I think it goes to the coach and the players. The Chelsea players, tell you the truth, the Lions, I don't understand. Those players, I don't think they are that bad. But they look like people who don't want to play ball. They look like people who, it's as if nothing is at stake. That is what I see.
So do you smell a gang up against Potter?
Maybe because, Mourinho will always tell you that a big side, a big coach, big sides are for big coaches. When you bring an average, let us not mix up this. It's an average coach. There is no two ways about it. Look at the mistakes he's making. He corrects sometimes his mistakes in the middle of the game. And some of them, he gets lucky. So for me, I feel that it's both ways. It's both ways. But I feel if you bring a top-class coach, a good coach, and I don't even know why they sacked their coach, honestly. Believe me, I don't know why they sacked that German. You can't compare him to this one at all. You cannot. So for me, well, I don't know, maybe after the World Cup, just as Blessing said, some of them may not want to really, because you see what is happening now. People are being ruled out of the World Cup. And it's a place where every player wants to play.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is the problem with the against, even Man City, even against Fulham. They just managed to get up, go towards the tail end to make it 2-1. If not, in that game, they struggled. So maybe it's the World Cup. Maybe after the World Cup, then we will see better games. We'll see players now stepping up to the plate. But for now, yes, I feel that most of the players are not really stepping up, and I don't know why. And I tell you the truth, Arsenal, just as the other caller said, should just enjoy it while it lasts. Believe me, they should enjoy it, because I know Arsenal very well, and I can tell you they are not doing anything new. This is Arsenal for you. At some point, they are going to crumble.
When was the last time Arsenal maintained this kind of records, maintained this kind of form and sitting on top of the Premier League table? Can you recall?
It's difficult. I cannot recall, but I know that they played this well.
Okay. So is that not something different if you cannot remember?
No, I can't remember, but I know that Arsenal most of the time are always in that top 4 bracket until at some point they look at what happened last season. Just look at it. It took just 2 games. I don't know why people don't understand. Arsenal, 2 games, the injury to their back line, and even when they went to Newcastle, they were defeated. They were beaten. Tottenham defeated them. They were still in position, and then they went to Newcastle, and then they were still defeated. They lost those 2 games, and they were out of the top 4. So it won't take much. What's the point difference between them and Man? See, if anybody is thinking, except another side comes up, maybe like Liverpool, to challenge, or Chelsea maybe suddenly wake up to challenge Man City, I don't think this Premier League will escape Man City. It will not.
Right.
It will just come back. Yes, it will never. I'm telling you, I am even ready to bet.
Okay.
It will never escape him. He's going to close up that and overtake Arsenal. He's going to do that.
All right,
Let us just watch. Maybe after the World Cup, then we'll come back. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope to be on this side of the show on the day that we're going to have the Man City discussion, because I really want us to have that Man City discussion. But I'm very hopeful to be on this side of it. For that show alone, I don't want to be on the other side.
Because
I want to be here.
I feel like they're overrating this City side.
Queen, keep your feelings. Just keep your feelings on the substitute on the bench for now. Let's keep taking reactions. We'll get there. Hi there. Good afternoon. Anybody home for me? Hello there. Okay. Nobody home there for me. I've been knocking and I almost twisted my finger knocking, and nobody home for me. So let me take the messages we have from the SMS portal before I return to the phone lines. Peter Obi is responsive. Okay, that's surely not for us. This one says, good afternoon to everyone in the studio. When it comes to Man City, my sister Blessing will always make excuses for them. But if it is Liverpool, she will always play down at their achievements. Generally, you guys always overhype City, a side that can't win Champions League. Justin JJ from Okbakiri. Justin, I hope you keep listening, and I'm hoping that you're going to be listening. Today we're going to have that City discussion. KM Hosford says, good day, guys. Chelsea plays good football under Tuchel, even when they lost. Sterling was also good. Under Potter, we see Cucurella playing with Chilwell, even when it didn't work. I ask, are they playing well? Question. Calling for answer. Good afternoon, Reliance and the gang. Reliance, please, when is Man U playing? That person has asked that question twice. I beg, Man U is playing today by 5:30. Your number ends with 1591. Thank you for sending in. And now to the WhatsApp port 2. Reliance, that's all right. Uncle People from HJ said, Reliance, that's this word that you use, Uncle People, it be like you want to put me for Allah. So let me use the word I know that is on air friendly. That punch, Pereira punch Israel, is a punching of punchings. I will advise Israel to go and rest. He has been given a hat-trick punching, so the odd will not favor him the fourth time. So he should rest before we go here and see story that touch. All right, Uncle People, thank you very much. Apologies for replacing the word you earlier used. I'm just unsure if that word is on air friendly. This one says Israel will be beaten squarely at the fourth time. There is nothing there to analyze. The opponent knows his weaknesses, so he's making good use of it. My name is Enwa from Elakaya. Well, Enwa, Israel was leading on the judges' scorecard, all 3-1. He was leading on the scorecard 3-1 until the knockout, technical knockout came. So there could be some argument to your thought as well, but we appreciate you sending that one in. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, the sports crew. The elephant is still sitting comfortably on the tree branch and will do so until after the Christmas. Our haters cannot believe it. What will be their new narrative? I am sure it will be Arsenal will go down after the World Cup. It drops two laughing emojis laughing. Diogo Emeka from Aba. Well, Diogo, I wish you the very best after the World Cup. I honestly wish you the very best. I wish you the very best, Diogo. Good afternoon to you all. Manchester United lost their third game of this season yesterday. Which Manchester United?
People don't you can't stray bullet everywhere.
They lost their third game of this season yesterday. Manchester United. Okay, maybe we wanted to write Manchester City. Because
Man you never play. In don't type United well. So you know when you type particular word,
put bam United for as you put Manchester, you put United for them. Okay, I think Arsenal stand a better chance of winning the league this season. As it's surely meant to ride Man City. I get it now. I think Arsenal stand a better chance of winning the league this season. As for Chelsea, I don't think they will finish in top 6 this season. Newcastle may likely finish in top 4 this season. Skifo Pero is your name from Michelle. Thank you very much, Skifo Pero. As for Van de Beek, Ten Hag sold him from Ajax because he has better options. Unfortunately for Ten Hag, he came and met him again at Manchester United, which he was sold to. For the discuss, it's a coach thing. Mansion from Port Harcourt thinks it's a coach thing that Chelsea are struggling. Appreciate your thoughts, Mansion. Wow. Will you watch City match? He always watch Chelsea home match. I don't know what Queen is saying. For the first time, I will not agree with Henry. Potter is the problem. Make him get out. Before, I thought it's Queen that was... All right. Thank you very much for sending in your message. But let me state this categorically. In as much as you hope to be respected when you send in message and when you want to make comment about anybody, you add that respect. All right. You also ought to respect everyone. Okay. Your number ends with 5765, and be careful of the words you use on anybody. All right. I said that categorically, so you understand. Your name is not here, but your number ends with 5765. Okay. This one says, Madam Queen, nobody overrates City. Please keep your Man U jealousy and wait till the end of the season. Tony. So Queen, the jealous Man U now. It's all right. Victor is here for the second part of the show. Victor, can I take one or two more calls? He refuses to say anything. All right. He said I should take. Victor. Okay. He says I should take one or two more calls. So let's keep the reactions coming through. Victor has given me the go ahead to take some calls. See, they're not the wrong call, but hello there. Welcome to the show. Hello? Is it me? I'm not hearing anything. Hello? Hello? Okay, it's a caller. Hello? Eto from Roma Holly, go ahead.
Greetings to you. Let me just make it to the notice that
Queen
they are talking about is the Manchester United fan. So nobody should really talk about that one. Queen, we all know that Queen is a die-hard Man U fan. So at the start now,
how does it connect to analyzing Chelsea?
No, somebody was talking about Queen is against Man U. I want to let you know that Queen is.
Okay, you're telling. Oh, okay.
At the start now, Chelsea. We are just going through a bad time. Nobody should put us in the scale and weigh us. It doesn't tell any bad homage about Chelsea. With the little of time, my brother, give us a little bit of time for the fact that maybe from now to December, if we change Grapota, the next incoming coach, we turn things around. They should wait.
Okay.
You know, we are a team-oriented team. We don't have such a patience like other people.
Maybe what's his name? Maybe Abramovich did there again. No, Todd Bell if he get patience.
When this man take over, and I tell he talk this say this man will give a 5 year and they give the 5 year, they will give a long. Not be so. 85% of Chelsea belongs to fans. Anything fast, that is what it stands, my brother.
Okay.
Take it to the bank.
Okay.
Baba, I know that you don't close with this.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi there, good afternoon, good evening.
Reliance will it up for you. Let me shock you now.
Shock me small.
What if I tell you the greatest unwin for Man City is that they have Champions League, that is their biggest target this season. So they will not win. I'm not saying they're winning the Premier League and winning the Champions League. What if I tell you Arsenal, none of them is winning the Premier League? One shot for Newcastle at the end of the Manchester United.
Yeah, Newcastle and Manchester United to win the league. Ray Evans Dixon. Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. Let me take this last message. This one says, Kelvin is his name, I guess. The Arsenal handbag radiating. Wow. Okay. Kelvin, the Arsenal handbag radiating from Eliozu Town Hall. Arsenal will win the league. Chelsea should give Graham Potter 3 more years. I hope that will not be bad, Bele. All right. Many thanks for your messages. Many thanks for the calls. We appreciate them. And the second part of the show starts from here. Manchester United will be playing later this evening by 5:30. Arsenal fans don't care what pundits have to say. Arsenal is the best team in the English Premier League. We know rival clubs are jealous, surprised, and angry. We can only ask them to keep it on. Arsenal don't care at all. We only focus on the next match on the 26th of December. Mike from Alo sent in that one from the WhatsApp portal. Many thanks to Henry Ogugo, Blessing, Andrew, Queen Chikeze for being part of the first part. Many thanks to you from the SMS, WhatsApp, and the call lines. We appreciate them all. Victor is on standby for the second part of the show. Remain your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Odoyin. Good evening, and stay there for the second part of the show.
She be like a dime, and we don't live by the law, mama. Even if she go away, 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 I'm a classic man. You can be me when you look this clean. I'm a classic man. Calling on me like a young OG. I'm a classic man. Your knees get made by the street.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Let's talk football.
Let's talk football.
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. There's Beckham. Time, Tyson get right. Hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
I wanna take you away. I wanna take you away. Wanna take you away. Wanna take you away. I wanna take you away. We will rise to the top, to the top, to the top, and we never gonna stop. Hey, I wanna take you away. Let's go. I'll be that. We all UQUI on the track again, bringing the hit, making you dance like an African, holding the mic in my hand like a prophecy, sitting on top, what, like I ought to be. Lock your gears with mine, let us start to connect. It's about that time, let us start to reflect. They said we'll never live, they said we'll fall and die, but through the struggles and the pain, my people will arise. And when they try to hate us, we circumnavigate, cause I don't care what they say, my people is the greatest. They wanna hold us down, we're looking to the sky with tears flowing down our eyes. We know that we will fly, but we have passed the test. This power free and fast, we keep on jumping and dancing, we know we're free at last. But if you got this swag and put your fist up today, catch a glimpse of new horizons, let me take you away.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. The only limitations are the ones you wanna see. Cause our dream is so deep and so fly, tastes so good. Be careful, you might choke on it. The higher you go, the harder it gets to breathe. The deeper the roots, the higher the tree must reach. So don't just talk about it, go on, be about it. Scream and shout and make the haters wanna cry when they read about it. And to everybody going astray, put your hands in mine, let me take you away. Hey, hey.
Well, very good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the second half of today's Sports Live. Still the marathon edition of the show, reaching you from the studios of Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk, news and sports radio station. My name is Victor Oriahi. I'm your favorite melanin sports presenter, and we know how we do it on the second part of the show. Well, we talk basically Nigerian sports, football to be particular. Bayelsa Queens, of course, they are dominating the headlines after they beat Simba Queens yesterday to claim the bronze medal in the CAF Women's Champions League. We're going to be doing the Super Eagles roundup, talking about all the Super Eagles players, the Super Eagles players that are performing for their clubs right there in Europe. And when the time strikes 5, we will be talking Manchester United, giving you the lineup of that very game against Fulham, which comes up by 5:20 p.m. A loaded show, and as always, I never do it alone. I never walk alone. I've got Izine Oti, the Duchess of Sports, right here with me. Welcome to the show, Izine. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Victor, and to our lovely listeners out there, and to you, to my colleague here in the studio. Great to be here to talk sports, especially Nigeria football, on this Sunday edition of the show.
All right, Victor Ogbuji is also in the studio. Welcome to the show, Victor. Good evening.
Good evening, Victor, and good evening to Izini. I mean, it's raining outside, just in case you guys don't look. Izini, you're putting on a sweater. It's raining outside. If you're going anywhere, go with your umbrella.
You that look like someone that wants to go and play basketball under the rain.
If you're going anywhere, go with your umbrellas. They're very, very important at this point in time.
Well, I think every day you're going somewhere in this city, just always go with it, because
no, but it doesn't.
It could be sunny,
but
at
it doesn't
one
apply
moment
for everybody, Victor. No, it's one thing to go out with the umbrella; it's another thing to come back with it.
Well, it could be sunny at one moment, and the next you're drenched already. But we do hope you're safe, and please, for the drivers, drive safely. The rain can be.
Yeah, you regulate your speed limits when it's raining.
All right, well, the show is always designed to be interactive. We want you to be a part of the conversation. That's why we've got our feedback platforms, 0701 933 9962. That is the number to send in your text or your WhatsApp messages to, 0701 933 9962. Into the main talking point. Let's start off from a comical note of some sort. Yesterday, after Everton lost that game against Bournemouth, 3-0, Alex Iwobi, took his shirt and gifted it. These were comprehensively beaten by the Bournemouth yesterday after. I felt so bad for him because it looked so embarrassing, really, really embarrassing. Meanwhile, Danny Ings seemed to have found his goal-scoring form again, as Unai Emery might just be making it 2 wins out of 2 in the Premier League, as Aston Villa have gone from a goal down and are now leading Brighton and Hove Albion at the American Express Stadium. It looked somewhat like a scrappy goal, with the goalkeeper just watching it go in. A header that was, it came off the crossbar, and you expect Brighton to have done better with the clearance, but then easily dispossessed of the ball. Danny Ings beat a man and just passed it into the net.
Deflection. It's a deflection of the Brighton defender.
But just take a look at
it. It wasn't a deflection.
That was a deflection. Heavy deflection, just redirect the ball as Danny Ings. Of course, before the deflection came, he did sit a player down, lay him in green pasture. And since it's Sunday, we might go biblical.
In the presence of his enemies.
Oh, goodness me. But it is Aston Villa leading Brighton 2-1. So
Gerrard will not forgive him. There's nothing he wants to say.
But Gerard didn't really give him the game.
Yeah, but that time he gave him the game. He gave him chances to play, but he still didn't get his scoring boots on. But good one for Unai Emery, doing a good job with the side.
All right, well, you might call it the new manager honeymoon or the new manager romance. What matters most is that Aston Villa are leading Brighton 2-1 in the Premier League. But isn't it? Alex Iwobi, I felt so bad for him yesterday. Like, how do you go back to pick the shirt? That's all I kept on wondering. Does he leave the shirt on the pitch? Should he go back to pick it? And do you think this would affect him in any way? Because the fans were so upset with Everton showing. Frank Lampard was actually putting a sorry gesture, to calm the fury of the visiting supporters because they were so upset. They made that long trip down to watch a shambolic collective effort from the players.
Yes, that's one thing that happens as a player. Even as humans, you want to realize that when things are not going quite well for you, people would not want to give you that excuse. People will not remember whatever you must have done, because this is the same Alex Iwobi that has been praised this season under the managers, and that's Frank Lampard. How he has been impressive, leading them down there. Look at the goal scoring chances created. So he's one of the players that have been
a major 55% of Everton's goals.
A major part of it, and this is the one that they lost to Bournemouth during the EFL Cup during the weekday, and then also lost to them again.
They lost to Manchester United.
No, I'm talking about that
Aston Villa.
No, not Aston Villa. I'm talking about the Everton side.
Yes,
They lost to them during the EFL Cup, and now again yesterday. It's something you want to see. I don't think the Toffees have lost to the Cherries for in years. You've said it has not happened. That's when it comes to the Premier League. Yes, you might be angry, but I'm not surprised, Victor. I've seen worse from fans. I've seen that happen. So you just have to enjoy. Whenever it's rosy for you, just be happy and enjoy the moments. When it gets bleak, when it gets bad, you realize that the people you think that will support you, they won't give you that support. And for him, it could be a dampening when it comes to morale itself, and also can be a morale booster. Maybe I did not do well, I have to do better, because the fans expect you to give in your best week in, week out, whether you are a robot or a human. That they do not ask. They just want you to keep giving your 100% to the side. You look at the Everton side, it's the result are not as it used to be, even their style of play, but hopefully they get it right. For Alex Iwobi, I feel bad for him. At least you want to talk about players that fans any day do an in-play where players who fans threw back their shirt and he will surely, his name will be there. This is not something you want to remember for, but it has happened. You just have to move on and make sure he improves, not just him, even the team in general.
All right, and not just he, but the team in general definitely needs to improve. Let's move on as we talk about the CAF Women's Champions League by Bielsa Queens. Well, the Prosperity Girls yesterday salvaged something from a disappointing CAF Champions League by clinching the bronze medal with a 1-0 win over Simba Queens in the third place match at the Stade Moulay Hassan. Well, the second half strike from Juliet Sunday was all Domo Okara's ladies required to silence their East African counterparts and secure the consolatory bronze in Rabat. Coming off their semi-final defeats, the Tanzanian and Nigerian champions were hoping to end their campaigns on a high, and by Bielsa with the brightest start as Glory Edet's long-range effort and Etim Edidion's header inside the opening 10 minutes. Simba, however, recovered from the early pressure from the West Africans as they threatened through the effort of Asha Jafari and Upper Clement, but could not find the back of the net as both sides settled for a stalemate at half-time. After the barren first half, the two clubs resumed the contest with an end-to-end battle until Juliet Sunday eventually broke the deadlock off a cross from Mercy Itimi in the 70th minute. On seeing themselves behind, Simba pushed for a leveler, but Clement's powerful, brilliant effort from the edge was turned over the bar by keeper Bau Gabriel just 10 minutes later. Well, in the closing stages, Bielsa almost added the second through substitute Chinyere Igbomalu, but she missed the sitter as her side ensured to preserve their slim lead to claim their golden bronze. The goalkeeper, Bau Gabriel, won her second Woman of the Match accolade in the tournament, following her brilliant goalkeeping to ensure Bielsa Queens celebrate the bronze on the maiden edition. Well, she did speak with the media, revealing what she says is her secret behind her heroic performance in Morocco. She says, Morocco 2022 was my first WAFCON with my senior national team, and I was disappointed because my team, Cameroon, was used to reaching the semi-final or final but didn't make it. That was a great disappointment for me, and when I missed the opportunity to qualify for third place, that was why I decided to get the gold medal with Bayelsa Queens in Morocco again. I planned for the gold medal in this tournament, but by God's grace, I got the bronze medal. I appreciate all the members of my team and Bayelsa who hosted me and gave me this opportunity. The lady told CAF online. Ezine, let's start from the performance of the Bayelsa Queen side. A bronze medal. It's become the golden bronze as well this year for Nigerian teams, but a bronze medal for Bayelsa Queens. Somewhat of a consolatory, would I say, prize or item after what some might call a rather disappointing outing.
No, how can you call that a disappointing outing? It's not. You can't. There's no way in the world you call it a disappointing outing. Yes, the second edition of the Women's Champions League, and this is them being their debutants when it comes to this one, their first time appearance to it, and then they go down there and they get a bronze medal. It's not. You can't call it a poor performance. You want to say we're looking at the side that made it to the final. That's the Asfa Ladies of Morocco. These were the bronze. That's the bronze medalists in the first edition of the competition. So if they could do this in the first edition, that means they did so high for themselves. At least coming back with the medal, we know our first that's to say our first representative in Rivers Angels were not able to get that far. For them to have done it is something to kind of give them, is a lot of cheering news for them, not just for the players and also for their sponsors, because right now their pockets too is also, if their pockets was dry, I think at least this time it's a little bit richer than whatever they would have had over before they traveled down there to Morocco. So I think they did quite well. They punch, maybe did they punch above their weight, maybe most likely, but not as much as we might want. Maybe if we had seen them beat the side of maybe the Mamelodi Sundowns of South Africa, or you look at the Asfa Ladies of Morocco, that would have been a huge feat from the side. But look at how they started the competition. They started with a defeat, but found their groove, won the next game against TP Mazembe, and also the other one against Wadi Deglan, which they trashed them 3-0. Yes, in this one, due to how the setting is, we went down to the semis. There's nothing like a quarterfinals, and there they lost to Asfa Ladies of Morocco by a lone goal. And I don't think they've done so badly for themselves. Look at the coach Domo Kara. This is this major hit when it comes to the female national team job. Yes, it was with the former coach of the side, and that's Moses Aduku, while he was still learning, and we could see how good he has improved. It's what we are looking for them now, is to see, can they do it better? Can they come down here and also show this dominance, try to win it and come back again, because you know how experience comes in to help you to go with this now. Now they've gotten this experience. Maybe if they try again, we saw that if that maybe look at if Rivers Angels had come, they might have done better than what they did the other time. They might have even gotten to the finals, because there are some lessons to learn that you have to really experience them. They don't just stay at home and feel it's going to happen that well for them. So I think they've done quite well for themselves. I've done the ladies, they make themselves proud. Talk about the exposure they've exposed themselves to the world too, and also you want to talk about they've also exposed their pocket $200,000 Yes, $200,000. If you want to convert it, there's over 200 going to 200 million naira. You want to say they've gotten for themselves. So I think the state government will be happy for what they've done, at least for whatever they've put in. You look at their training, even getting down there to Morocco a week before the competition. Whatever they must have put into the finance is one thing that they'll surely reap back. Is just to see, can they build on what they've done? Can they continue? Can we have a continuous growth with this side, democrats with this side? Can he continue to build whatever he has done? The inclusions they got, to know that they got some players on loan. Can they find a way to get new players too that can cover up those positions whenever these players go back to their parent club? We know that the lady from Rivers Angel is there, Mary Ann Ezenagu. Florence Sebastian joined them too. I don't know if they signed her permanent because she wasn't with the club. So these are the things they have to look out to. But I'm happy with whatever they've done. I think they've achieved. We know that we're not looking at them winning team. You're looking at them getting further, like the semis, and also getting to the finals. Getting to the semis, you want to look it as a first-time trial. I don't think it's a bad result. I'll call it a good result, but not an excellent one.
Not an excellent one, but a good one, and we might just be able to live with that. But then you talk about the financial incentive attached to it. $200,000 in the bag. That's at least a 90 million naira.
Okay, 90 million.
At least it might rise to.
When they pay.
Yeah. So that's a lot of money for the Bielsa Queens side. Victor, are you expecting more gestures? More declarations from individuals, the government, the state government? I mean, it's a state-owned club as well.
I mean, it's so sad that excuse me, it's so sad that Bielsa Queens are not a team from River State, because we have had a different story. We know the exploits of the governor and why he was given the title of Pillar of Sports of Africa, and we expect more from them, because you look at the feats they have achieved and what they did at the CAF Women Champions League. Me personally, I didn't expect them to get to this round. Excuse me, I didn't expect them to get to the to even make it to the third place match or get it past the group stage. I expected them to just go there, play as much as they can, and see if they can get a couple of wins or maybe a draw, and not even having an embarrassing competition. But they did very well. They proved me wrong, and to a large extent. And if all things to be equal, the Bielsa state government should host them. That should have there's this incentive in the NBA where the NBA winners get a presidential handshake from the president, and it's been going on for a while. I think that would be more memorable from Bielsa state government if they can have these girls, shake hands with these girls and host them in the government house and right there in Bielsa. And it's not about giving them money or maybe an award or something like that will be able to last longer for them more than money, because money, we all know the promises that comes with money, and how sometimes those promises are not met or kept up with. So it's better the government or the governor of Bielsa State give them a dinner or maybe lunch, something like that, host them and try to spend a little time with them. I think the girls would prefer it more than getting any financial incentive at all.
Okay, if you say so. But then, still sticking with you, you look at the fact that they've been able to get some of the big names in women's football. The goalkeeper is not a Nigerian, a Cameroonian, represents the Cameroon national team, and they brought her into the squad. We saw them poach some names as well from some of the big teams in the NWFL just for this tournament. Progression is going to be the next thing for Bielsa Queens. What do they have to do to be able to replicate or maybe even better this performance in the next edition of the CAF Women's Champions League?
First of all, I think they have to keep some of these players, and the likes of Miriam Ezenago and the goalkeeper.
She went on loan. Rivers Angels will not give.
Okay, Rivers Angels play. I think if it's possible.
No, it's just like when Rivers Angels were going their own time. They took I think 1 or 2 players from Bielsa Queens on loan. And after the competition, they returned. That's like an agreement. She went out on loan. And
it's sad that it's synonymous with anything River State. But the issue is keep some of these guys, these girls, and if possible, give them long-term contracts and tie them down. Don't know how feasible that is right here in Nigeria. If they can keep some of them down, give them good salaries, because if you let go of these guys and you have likes of Rivers Angels and Nasarawa Amazons snatching them up from Bielsa Queens, then you start building from scratch again. And if they can keep these guys, add more players, and not just adding players and buying an entire team. Quality, you look at the defense, where would they fill up the gaps, the midfield, and if they can get a good team, then we'll be sure that Bielsa Queens will surely win the league next year. Then if they can win the league next year, then they are now guaranteed champions or best team in land. They can go out there and better their performances. So like you said, progression is most important, and keeping the coach as well. I think keeping the coach will be a coach is like the most important part of the team, or the most important component of the team. If they can keep the coach and keep most of the key players, then we can have them win the league next year, and we know that going to the CAF Women Champions League next year, we'll have a good representation and see if they can win the competition next year.
All right, and talking about the Super Falcons squad, the integration of a lot of these players in the Super Falcons squad, we've come to a point where we're getting to see the blend of home based and foreign based. But you think the coach of the Super Falcons might need to be looking closer into these ladies?
He will always look closer to any of
Into the team,
but I think he has done some, at least if you look at him, he has done some additions to the side. You look at Rafea Tirimura, the lady that played during the during the Falconets played, she was included to this side. Deborah Abiodun also was given a call up too. I know that yes, Flourish Sebastian has not been given. I'm not sure about that, but it's something that is going to be gradual. It's something that we'll have to look out to, because this is national team job, and always remember national team position is not where you go to refine your players. It's not where you go to teach them the basics. There's some level they need to get to, and then they can make bold statements to write a claim to any of the position that they deem fit for themselves. So that's one thing we'll have to look at. I think I like what he's doing. At least even gives them game time to go with it. But there's always going to be how far he can get these younger players, because we're talking about us playing the World Cup next year. Yes, you need a blend of youth and experience too. But you look at our forward line, yes, to field too, and also our defense. That where the tired legs are beginning to show. I think I'm looking at that's Coach Randy Wardrum to know the basic player he needs. You look at this side, the lady from Bayelsa Queens, that's Edet. I'm trying to remember her first name. Glory Edet. That she's a fine player, a fantastic player. I want to tell you, she has everything to also make it a bold claim to that one. You look at that game against the Asfar Club of Morocco. She had chance that would have even gone on goal for us, if not the fact that the Asfar side had a good goalkeeper too in their own ranks that was able to clear that one out. So it's going to be gradual. One thing we know, we cannot add every player. Very sadly, look at the World Cup going, you need 26 man going into this one. Sometimes it used to even be 23 woman squad you go with, so you can't have anyone. But the most important thing is for us to go with the best legs and get a little of the younger ones that will learn from the experience and also find a way to build in the future.
Now, is it surprising to see that several African countries have caught up with Nigeria, because we used to be the powerhouse in women's football? Well, here you have South Africa with Mamelodi Sundowns, the winners of the last edition of the CAF Women's Champions League, playing in the final again this time around. As other African countries, have they overtaken Nigeria even in women's football as well?
They're about to overtake Nigeria.
So you don't think it's been done yet?
No, I don't think it's been done completely. Why would I say so? Because we just lost them. This is the first time we lost when it came to the not the first time, sorry. Like when we want to talk about our domination itself, we've seen it happening after we lost to that's during the WAFCON itself, and now we're also seeing that showing. The difference that between us and other countries, Victor, is that the other countries realize that sports is a business. It's not just for recreation, but for us over here, it has always been for recreation purposes. That's why you have a female football that started since, and we say we want to put on record we've won the WAFCON 9 times, but if you want to put everything, it's 11 times we've won it. And this is a country that has gotten to this level. We only have one preseason tournament when it comes to female football, Victor, and this just started I think like 3 or 4 years ago. I think it's 3 years ago. That's the Betsy Obaseki female. That's the only preseason tournament that female football has when it comes to Nigeria.
And then the Shiro's Cup.
No, of recent, there's no other one. That's
the Shiro's Cup.
Except you just started recently. Yeah. But what I know from as of last year, that was the only preseason tournament we have. That's to show you how we don't even take it seriously. You look at the clubs that we play for. This is where we used to have a lot of our talents move out. So can't forget that FC Robo used to be the breeding ground for one of the biggest of the talents itself. But you look at the club, what is the level of investment? They're even declining. They could not even make it down there when it came to the Super Six itself. It's clubs that you expect to try so much. So other countries are catching up with us. They might not have the physicality, because that's one thing we've possessed over the years. Look at how we muzzle the players, but now they have the tactical prowess to go with it. They know how to play this game. They are better. They make it. We are seeing this technical abilities come out to show on the play, and also we have also failed. It has got to our coaching crew to what level, what have we been able to do? Because wherever you say for whatever gives you money, for whatever you are successful in, you find a way to make it lucrative. You find a way to invest in it. We've not invested in female football. Yes, I know that it's a global challenge when it comes to female football, but you see countries that are improving on whatever they are doing. We over here we do mess paperwork. You look at the three lionesses of England when they won the Euros this year. They increased the budget for female football. In fact, they made sure that every school around this environment, around the schools, every schools in the country, they have a space, they have a playground where female will go and play football. That's to show you how intentional you need to be. We've not had a roadmap plan. We've not done the right things that are necessary for us to improve, and that's why other countries are catching up with us. In fact, I think when it comes to the business end of it, when it comes to the real thing that has to do with it, they are ahead of us. We are just down there now. What are we doing now, Victor? Unlike before, we get a lot of home base. Yes, there is more. And one good thing about our when it comes to female football is that you don't even need to travel to any other country for you to be seen. You can be playing over here, and you are being scouted. You can be playing for Rivers Angels and you are being scouted. You can be playing for a club around there. Unlike when we say our male, that's the NPFL, you need to find a way to go to North Africa. Maybe if God helps you, then find a way to one of the slower leagues in Europe. But in female football, it's different. So we have just not taken it as a business. We've not been intentional. We just slept and felt the world was not going to kind of wake up from their slumber, and then they did wake up. And you look at the Moroccan side. In the last 5 years, they are the highest side that have invested in female football. They even got themselves a seasoned coach when it comes to the UEFA Women's Champions League. That Coach Pedros itself, that he took them down to the quarter. They go down to the semis, right? No, semis or the finals. Moroccan ladies when it came to the WAFCON.
The WAFCON, it was semis.
He took them down to was it not the finals? Who played the finals? It was, yes, they go down to the finals, although they lost it to South Africa. So that's to show you the growth. You look at the side now when it comes to the today final, we'll be having Asfa Club of Morocco, Mamelodi Sundowns of South Africa. Asfa were third time, they were runners, they were the bronze medalists in this competition. This time now they are finalists. So these are things we need to do. We need to understand that we should just stop doing the talking. Once we're able to invest, we already have the talent. We are spoiled for option, but we always say that's how far talents can take you. There's some things you need to do that's called hard work. The hard work is our money, is the investment that come with it. Until we do that, I think the other countries will surely leapfrog us. They're already doing that. Yes, a lot has not woken up, but at least we've seen a lot of intentional growth from the South African side and also from Morocco. Maybe Egypt finds some way, but Egypt, they're still lagging behind. But I don't think they've caught up completely with us, because we still have the foreign players that still come out to complement what we've been doing. But can it work for us? We'll see. I think the best judgment to have most time, Victor, is for next year when we go to the World Cup. We'll see how far we can progress and how far the other countries that made it from the African continent will progress in the competition.
All right, we will be seeing how far we can progress. Score update is still Brighton and Hove Albion trailing at their home ground to Aston Villa. And we'll bring you the updates from the other leagues as the show continues. But let's move on now as we talk about a crucial matter. As former England manager Sven Goran Eriksson has alleged that Nigerian officials demanded half of his salary for him to lead the Super Eagles to the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. Well, Eriksson revealed this in his book, My Story Sven, that he was interviewed by a panel of officials who asked him stupid questions for the vacant Super Eagles post at the Hilton Hotel in Abuja. Now, this was under the NFF presidency of Sani Lulu, and coach Shaibu Amodu had been fired after the country had crashed out of the semi-final of the 2010 AFCON in Angola. He said in his book, after the meeting, an agent whom Athol is Eriksson's agent, an agent whom Athol worked with locally, explained that half of my salary will be deposited in a special bank account. It was not too hard to figure out that the special account would involve someone else taking a piece of my pie if I got the job. There was no way I would agree to that. I never received an offer of a contract, and it was just as well. Well, the Swede Lars Lagerbäck will later be appointed to lead Nigeria to the 2010 World Cup, where the team failed to go past the very first round. And massive allegation by the man, the ex-England boss. He was touted to lead the Super Eagles to the 2010 World Cup, and he says that he was told that they will keep half of his salary in one account. And when he did the mathematics, added two and two together, he figured out that that part that is keeping apart, might just be for another person. It is just an allegation, but we've got to talk about it. Victor, you listen to things like this and you wonder, is this the reason why our football is the way it is?
I mean, the man could be wrong. I mean, the money would have been something more like a pension, and when you finish working for us, this money will take it specially and
if it's pension, you will know.
No.
If you want to do pension, we will not have pension.
Maybe he what was the word now? Took the action for something else. Because if someone is saying we want to open a special account for you, it could be that after working, then we'll have a way of paying you better with it. But that's on a lighter note. But you look at football, this is not the first time we're having this kind of accusations. It's been over the years. There's this former administrator was banned by FIFA. Can't remember his name. I think Amodi Shaibu. That should be Amodi Shaibu. And also had coach of the likes of lead coach Stephen Keshi with the accusations as well, and how there were some accusations with player selection and exchanges of hands and all that. It all points to one direction. Our football will never go far, because we tend to make everything look like a green big brown envelope and all that. You can't give a man a job and you're giving him conditions. That's why over the years we're having issues of salaries, because these coaches, they're not giving free hands. You don't give them free hands to make selections of players. You don't give them free hands you don't give them free hands and I'll pay them as at when due, because those are they appointing them, or those are the top appointing them. They feel that they know all, and you go to Europe, these things don't happen. Even if it's on climes where this kind of accusations have made, they follow it up. But here we'll sweep it under the carpet, and someday, another day, we'll hear another one, and we'll come to the media, we'll talk about it, and that's the end. It's something that we have to really put. If there should be investigations, or to see if there's some sort of truth in it, because he wrote it in a book, which means this kind of information can't be erased. It's there forever. You come 100 years time, someone reading his book in 100 years time,
and
you find this kind of information.
Because it was I had to go look for that particular section of the book, and I'll just read it to us. It says, in the summer of 2010, the World Cup was to be played in Africa for the first time, in South Africa to be exact. I was still disappointed that I would not be taking Mexico there. This would be the first World Cup without me since 1998. I was also out of a job after the whole Notts County affair. That is when Athol called me with a new assignment, manager of Nigeria's national team. Nigeria was one of the 5 African teams to qualify for the World Cup. Maybe I would still be part of the tournament after all. I had long been curious about African football. I remember how impressed I had been when watching Nigeria almost knock out Italy in 1994. 2 years later, Nigeria won the Olympics. During the past 10 to 15 years, African players had flocked to Europe, and many had established themselves at the highest levels in the European leagues. No African team had managed to get beyond the quarterfinals in the World Cup. Perhaps it was time for one of them to take that next step. But many problems plagued African football. Economic resources were lacking at the grassroots and elite levels. Corruption was said to be widespread, and planning often non-existent. After Nigeria lost the semi-final to the AFCON, the Nigerian FA had sacked the team coach, despite just 4 months remaining before the World Cup, to bring in a European replacement. Like many other African countries, Nigeria did not trust domestic coaches. I flew to Abuja, the Nigerian capital, to meet the Nigerian FA, and I thought, negotiate the job as Nigerian manager. I knew the Nigerians had also shown some interest in the coach of the Egyptian national team, but I assumed the job was mine if I wanted it. I should not have made that assumption. We met at the Hilton Hotel in Abuja. In the meeting room, perhaps 10 people were sitting as if on a panel behind the table. Right away, they started asking me stupid questions. Which formation was I planning to play? Why was I the right man for the job? How will I help Nigeria win the World Cup? This was no negotiation. It was an interview. I had been around the football business for too long to have to sit there and be interviewed about a job, especially by people who did not know anything about football. It was also clear that they did not research me or my background. All they knew was that I had been in England. After the meeting, an agent whom I told worked with locally explained that half of my salary will be deposited in a special bank account. It was not so hard to figure that the special bank account would involve someone else taking a piece of my pie if I got the job. There was no way I would agree to that. I never received an offer of a contract, and it was just as well. Not long after that, Lars Lagerbäck, the former Swede manager, was appointed manager of Nigeria. When I met Lars later, I asked him if he had been interviewed by the Nigeria Football Association, and he said yes. That's the section involving Nigeria in that very book. Now, so much said in just that one page. It was more than a paragraph. Okay, that page, you know, so much said. First of all, that our coaches, he was being interviewed by people who didn't do any research on him. Now, all they knew was that he had been in England and he had coached the English team.
Victor, books are one thing you want to know. This is now for the records. We also have it in our archives, because whenever something like it comes up, it will be questioned. But first of all, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, being that I'm in a system where I've seen this kind of thing happen, where you go to get some kind of jobs and someone tells you that you have to give some part of it. It's very clear. They tell you that for you to get this position, some part of this will be maybe something that doesn't exist. So it exists. The only thing now, that if he was able to even remember, if he even knew the names of those people that he saw down there, it would have been easier for us to. At least I know that books, they even mention names sometimes to tell you.
You can't mention names. I mean,
no,
you easily go to court to.
If you have your, just that if you have your claims, sometimes those you can make it. But I'm not your evidence. That's what I'm saying. The evidence now, that's the problem. But you look at you want to ask yourself, what has been the level of coaching, the coaches that we go for, what we want to. It's very, sometimes you feel like it's glaring to see, because sometimes you ask yourself, we have our home-based coaches that have been given a role and still without any contract. They've not signed any contract, and you ask yourself, how do they do this job? We have a coach that is being owed 6 months. What was the interview about? They tell him when Jose Pesero came, they tell him they were going to owe you. But he's still down there in this job, 6 months on, and they've not been paid. And NFF said they'll find. And
there's a friendly.
There's a friendly. He's still going to travel. He has even brought out his list. I don't know how to fix it, but I know that I won't want to refute him or say, but I don't know. But I feel that the only thing that's giving me a strong holding is that these kind of things happen in the system. These are things that happen in the system, and he was talking about the questions that were being asked him, that they didn't sound sensible enough to go with it. He had no meaning. Why would you be asking which formation? You've not given me a job. I've not come and asking me which formation. It doesn't concern. No, Victor. There are things that are meant that administratives. There are things that are technical. It's just like going to like when we go to, there are some questions we ask Coach Stanley Eguma. He tells you that this is not for me. These are administrative questions. And you see that question they're asking him, he has nothing to do with them. Why will you be asking a coach his formation?
A coach that's yet to get the job.
You can't be asking his formation.
If the coach says
you can't be trusted.
Let's bring it down to the list, to the latest appointment. Jose Pesero, the then NFF president Amaju Pinnick, talked about how Jose Pesero talked about he had a record, a system that showed analysis of our Nigerian players, and they were blown away at that. When a coach begins to tell you, when he's being interviewed, the formation I will play, and what if you don't agree to the formation? Does that mean you don't give the coach the job, or does that mean there is a way you want the team to play, so the coach has got to find a way to make it work?
No, okay. Let's say the NFF president then is the one asking the questions, and 6 months later, he's in front of the media, and he's being asked a question. Before you appointed this man, did you ask him any question on how to run our football or how he will run our national team? I mean, the man will surely have something to say. But if he didn't ask those questions, he won't have anything to say.
Victor, there are questions. Victor, there are things that are
see.
basic. See, before a coach comes into your list as those that you think that can take your national team position, you would have done your research. When coaches are being signed, you don't ask a coach before you look at a coach. You would have known his formation. You would have looked at his past records. What are the things he does?
For the fact that
any manager, anybody that's going to sign Conte already knows how Conte plays. Anybody that's going to sign Mourinho already know how Mourinho plays. You don't call coaches.
Let's look at Mourinho.
Why you do your research job? You do those are your job. Those are things you do. If you look at, that's why you look at the Spanish side. You already know that this is how their current coach, what's his name now?
Let's make this example. Okay, you go online and say we see something like Coach Ericsson plays a 4-4-2 formation, and you ask the man tells you things has changed, football has revolved, I'm playing a new pattern. That will cause some sort of
let's not make this thing look like we don't know how all of these things is happening. Okay, let's just do one of the most recent, when United was going for Eric Ten Hag. There was no time. If you look at if you even listen to when Sky was carrying that, the club have looked at his progression, what he has done, the way he plays, and you don't come and start asking the coach what is your formation. Those are your basic. Asking him how you make, and you start asking how you make Nigeria to win the World Cup, a World Cup that was that year, and you ask him how you make Nigeria to win the World Cup.
No, see. If you're going to a tournament 1 month, 1 day, 2 days, it doesn't mean you won't set targets.
No, you don't set to win the World Cup 4 months. You can't. No. World Cup is not something
the man
that
has
is
been
done.
in every previous World Cup prior to 2010, which means he should have enough to win the World Cup.
So you should have enough, but does the players in the country have enough to win the World Cup?
That's why he's been asked a question, which to know if he is the man to truly lead us to the target we want.
Victor, I think that's why we are at this point where we are, because you cannot be coming to ask me. See, there are things that are realistic. That's why you look. That's one problem I have with our league.
It doesn't mean.
No, I'm coming. No. You come out from the MPF from the NNL. Your next target is to win the MPFL. That's not realistic. Your target should be to sustain. If you have the
right,
we're looking at Arsenal side.
Monaco were promoted from the League 2, and the next season they finished second. In the Champions League.
I'm coming. Their plan was not there. Look at Arsenal. Looking at Arsenal now.
The fact that
surprised. Arsenal. What people are looking at. No, these are you set targets, but you set targets that are realistic. That's why we have the SMART goals. Something realistic, something attainable, something that is time bound. You cannot bring a coach 4 months before the World Cup and tell him to tell you how you're going to win the World Cup. Why the other ones that have been down there? These are. You should ask, how do you intend to progress? See,
my point
I'm saying that those questions. I'm saying that those questions were not what you are supposed to ask someone. You can't get someone to the cock and start asking him to win the World Cup.
The truth
he has not even gotten the job. By the time he gets the job, it's not 3 months. So you take 3 months to prepare to win the World Cup.
Another coach might come up to this mic and say, before I was given a job, I was asked similar questions. The man, first of all, was irritated, and you could see the way he's from his write-ups. He was like boastful and had this ego, and he was like, okay, I can do this job. That's why he mentioned the fact that
if you know what you are worth now,
if you know what you are worth, then
but you do know that you do know that there are some coaches
given to you should be completed to some extent.
You do know that you do know that there are some coaches who shouldn't be interviewed. For example, while we're looking for a coach again, we heard that Nigeria was. There was the Jose Mourinho link. Nigeria linked with Jose Mourinho just at that time. Would we sit Jose Mourinho down to
ask what's the formation?
For you,
I don't know if
at that point in time, Ericsson was at that level.
He
was a top manager.
He was a top manager going to the World Cup, and was a pedigree at the World Cup.
And you want him to win?
No, that's a big question. What's the pedigree?
So the Lagerberg that we took down there, do we get past the group
what
stage?
if he was asked same questions?
Did he get? See, that
the man was he asked Lagerberg according to what he wrote. He asked Lagerberg and he asked him,
Victor, what
were
I'm
you
saying
interviewed? And he said yes.
He
was
don't.
interviewed and he took
Lagerberg
the
has
job.
not come and tell you. Has not told you what was asked. But how he went.
He will come up to this mic and tell you I was asked same questions, but I have no choice but to take the job.
There's some things you can keep within yourself. See,
that's why I said he was irritated by the questions.
I'm not talking
and
about
the fact that he knew he wouldn't get the job.
There are things that you do on your own, that background check you do by yourself.
Now he's saying that for a manager of his level, it shouldn't be an interview but a negotiation.
No. There should be questions.
You don't call. I mean, for you to want.
And
they're employing you. No, you're being employed.
A manager that comes with the pedigree of coaching Manchester City, England, Fiorentina, Roma, Benfica, and then you want to bring him to your squad and you're asking him what formation.
That's the job you're meant to do.
You're saying Man City have got their own targets. Fiorentina have got their own targets. The English national team, they don't have targets as of then. And you're coming to Nigeria where we know.
How do you say they don't have targets?
They didn't have targets.
They don't have targets.
They didn't have targets.
You can't say they don't have. It's you that want to win the World Cup under 3 months with a new coach that don't have a target.
No.
Your target should be making it past the groups.
No matter
the
role you're taking up, as long as you're being employed and you'll be paid for your services. Those paying for your services will have to ask questions. If they don't ask questions, they won't hold you accountable.
Victor, if you keep thinking at this point that the way you are saying it, that means you cannot grow. Because I can't see. I'm still.
Those questions have to come, so they hold you accountable.
You cannot. That's why we cannot grow, because this, you don't win a World Cup. You can't bring a man 4 months to the World Cup.
It could have been a simple question. Will you win the World Cup for us?
There's some.
I'll get you to the round of 16 or the group stage or make it past.
Then you've not given me a job and you're telling me that my money will get to a personal account. Victor, we know what we know how pension works. Pension, you have not given me a job. You're talking about pension. No, that doesn't work that way.
All right. Now, he also said something about how people who have no idea about football are the ones asking him these questions. Is this a problem that is still present in the Nigerian football sector, where we have people with little to no knowledge about the game of football, the operations of football, heading football in the country?
Very true. We have a lot of them that head football, head sports in its entirety. You look at them, at least let's remember the most recent is the NFF election that came on, where we know one of the ex-players, that's Ida Peter Side, came up and it was like they needed to take it back, they need to take this game back on, because they understand it, they understand how it's being run. You look at the different club, look at the different club chairmen and all. These are people that have no reason to get down there. Yes, we know that sports is you must not be a footballer to be a good administrator, but at least even while you're an administrator, you need a lot of people that have played the round leather game of football. Victor, the new IMC that was said, the only ex-player down there is Amokachi. That's the only ex-player. That's the only person that has kicked a ball, like when it comes to professional level. And you don't grow that way. You look at look at Gareth Gay, you look at the different managers, people that come up with it. These are people that have understood the game with it. A good coach, a good administrator, at that point, that would have come with that. If you're asking those questions, let's say you want to even interview that coach, he wants to tell him that how will you win the World Cup. He's to tell you how to get the best finish in the World Cup, how to go past what we've been able to do. That's the round of 16. That's the question you should be asking him, not to tell him how do you win a World Cup, because I think we do not say something that realistic. You are going to, now we're talking about
round of 16 before. Why ask the man?
No, I'm saying how to give us a better finish. I said getting past the round of 16. That's what you should be asking, not to tell him how to win the World Cup when it's 4 months to the World Cup.
For a sport
that is going to look at.
You're bringing in Jose Mourinho, like you said. You're bringing in Jose Mourinho.
I'm not even bringing Jose Mourinho.
And you say Jose Mourinho shouldn't win the World Cup if you're a coach of Nigeria.
I'm bringing a criteria that for any coach can strive. You are bringing a coach 4 months to the World Cup. That coach has not even gotten the job. Let's say he gets the job 3 months to the World Cup. What are the level of friendlies of time is going to get to see these players to understand them better?
See, there are some coaches that there's some Mark Hughes was coach of Southampton, and was it Stoke were just above Southampton on the table, or Southampton were above Stoke on the table, and was appointed by Southampton to lead Southampton out of the relegation waters when it was obvious that they were going to drop, and you saved them from the drop.
Thank you saved relegation waters not to win.
No, when it was apparent that Southampton were going to be relegated.
No, not to win. That's the thing.
We've seen Gospel save Sunderland couple of times. Sam Allardyce saved clubs couple of times when there are no times where they are to be relegated.
We know that
they saved them.
They saved them. That is the target. You are the one contradicting yourself. I brought you for you to save me from relegation. That's something that is attainable. Not to win the league.
When you know,
not to win it.
When you know,
we're talking about Mikel Arteta.
When you know, avoiding relegation is more like an impossible task.
No, it's not an impossible task. If it's impossible, teams will not avoid relegation.
You're 19th. You're 19th and 5 points at shy of the team ahead of you, and you're saying, "Come take us out of the league." How is that
Victor,
possible?
Victor, tell me the country that brought their coach 3 months before World Cup and went ahead to win it. Look at the countries that won the World Cup. It's been progressive.
Doesn't mean those targets have not been set by administrators.
That's most times our administrators that set those kind of targets. I think that's the wrong target.
For me, I think the man is just irritated and
we have to stop it, because how can you come? See, it's something that is not good. New season will soon start. Every of the team, even the one Doma United will tell you want to win the MPFL. That is not your target. The first target of a team that comes from the championship is to sustain your Premier League status, or maybe that's the top league status. That is the main target. You look at the Fulham side that is doing quite well. Over the years, we know that once they come out from relegation back to back, they also go back. The manager, what he's looking at right now is to sustain them in the Premier League. And the next season, you look at it.
Rafa Benitez and Newcastle, they were relegated with Rafa Benitez, and they were coming back. The target for Newcastle that season was not staying up, because you have Rafa Benitez as a top class coach.
The target was to come back, was to do what? For Newcastle
was at least make a top 10 finish.
It's to stay back now.
No.
It's to stay back.
Means finish 16th or finish 17th.
No, it's to first target. It's to come back.
You can't have Rafa Benitez as a coach and say stay back. No,
you stay back. If you finish 10th, you stay back.
Well, we've got to get the callers involved in this discussion, the conversation right now. As a former England manager, in his book, of course, alleging that the Nigerian Football Association then wanted to, more like corruption issues. They told him they're going to be keeping a part of his salary in a separate account, and that he quickly puzzled it together that part of his salary was going to someone else. But he talked about the interview process, the questions they asked him, how he's going to win the World Cup, what he's going to do to make sure we win the World Cup when it was just 4 months to the World Cup, and how people who knew nothing about football were the ones asking those sort of questions. He equally talked about how little to no research was done about him, or was done on him, as all they knew was that he was the former manager of the English national side. Let's get your thoughts. Do you think these things still run in our football? Or are you like Victor Ogbuji, who sees nothing wrong with some of the questions that the man says he was asked during that discussion with the Nigerian Football Association? That was back in 2010, before the FIFA World Cup in South Africa. 0817 000951. Again, 0817 000951. You can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. Meanwhile, full time at the American Express Stadium, Brighton and Hove Albion have lost to Aston Villa 2-1 in favor of the Villa side. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to the show.
You're welcome. My name is Victor.
All right, go on. Let's hear from you.
I want to ask a question. Let me ask Victor a question. You want to employ somebody like Pep Guardiola? Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can.
As a national team coach, and you've not done a research about him, then you come back to ask him, please, this is guys. Can you do this kind of thing for us? Is that possible? If you've not done your own research about him, there's no single kind of research you've done about him. No, it's somehow. to cap it all, you are telling him that you pay in some of his money. We know what is in our blood. We have guys. We have this kind of bad blood in our skin, and it's not good. Nigerian FA should change their pattern. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, that was 10 years, 12 years ago, rather. So we cannot say, and it's just allegations, by the way. It's just what he wrote in his book. There's been no counter statement from the Nigerian FA about this very one. But like they would always say, sometimes there's some truth to certain things. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, welcome to the show.
My name is Jim.
All right, let's hear from you.
Okay. You see, some of these things are not different because of this. It's simple as that. You want to employ somebody. Okay, let me say in Premiership now, all the coaches now, the club. So when they want to employ the coach, they will ask the question, which formation will he play? You stuff like that. No, it's not possible now. Before you want to employ somebody, you at least you know the person, at least his track record for so years, for so time, stuff like that. This is how the person plays and things like that. Before you call the person to employ the person, you don't call somebody and be asking a coach what formation to do 4-4-2 or whatever. So it's not possible now. Not possible. And you tell him that you want to pay half of this salary to a different account. No. So Nigeria, we are not realistic to ourselves. That's the truth of the matter. A man like that cannot lie. I trust Nigeria, we can do that. So that's the thing.
All right.
So truth. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one. It's how he said, I trust Nigeria. We can't do that for me. Well, he touched one very dicey part of it. How in his book he wrote, like many African teams, Nigeria doesn't trust their local coaches. But we're beginning to see a paradigm shift in a way. In Africa, the 5 teams that are going to the World Cup, there's something synonymous.
Yeah,
they all have indigenous coaches. Just maybe that's the reason why we're not at the World Cup. Let's hear from this caller first. Hello. Hello, good evening.
How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Albert?
There's something you said about other countries are closing the gap about our female football. I agree with you. What we have is administration issue. That's why you can see these things yourself. Because all the presidents that came on board, before they came on board, they promised to fix our female football, make it better. The current president we have now also spoke about it, that he's going to make female football. So we are going to wait and see whether he's going to do that. Because if you want to talk about you can never see when anybody won the Champions League. We have a better plan and a better section than administration was it went well for them. That's why they can pass the Champions League back to back and then the Super Cup. So what they have is a management issue, and if the management is not well organized, I think you have this crappy sheet. That's why you see people think that others are coming close to us. And I want to bet you, every World Cup that the United States is going, that the defending champion, they will not win it. But the next time they will not win it. Does that mean that countries are facing the cup in the United States? That's why I know. You understand, they have a better plan. So when if you don't plan well, you will fail. That's why you see this kind of football. You understand? Everything in football, are we doing better? We're not doing better. You understand? The both women and men, we are not getting it right. Because the persons who are running our football, they are lacking behind. You understand? You don't play politics to everything. Football is football. You don't play politics to football. That's why it is difficult for we all to succeed. So it is better now we put our hands together, go back to the drawing board to see what we can achieve. But the else, because if we don't do that, I think the consequence will be severe to the extent that we find ourselves where that we can't come out of it. You understand? So I'll rest my case for now.
All right, thank you so much, Alberta. Resting his case right there. Well, it seems like line 1 is slightly down, but we'll be trying to get that one back up so you can keep the call strictly on line 2. It is 0817 0000951. Again, 0817 0000951. Alternatively, you can send in your text or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 rather 933 9962 0701 933 9962. Let's run through the results of games being played in Europe. Well, in the Italian Serie A, we saw Atalanta lose to Inter Milan 3-2. Monza defeated Salernitana